You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another vodka stream. Made it through another week. Cheers. No vodka tonight. Yeah, I didn't get any vodka, so I just got wine. I just have wine right now, so cheers, guys. I'm making up for not having wine on Wine Wednesday, so cheers. All right, good to see you guys. Hopefully, you guys are doing good. Yeah, it's been kind of a slow week, but we got something new that just like kind of came about, like when it comes to some news and stuff like that, and that came out today when it comes to DCU stuff, at least. So there is that. So what's going on, James? There's so much to talk about. I mean, it feels like it kind of is, but kind of isn't. But yeah, I guess so. I mean, we did get Green Lantern, and we got possibly, we have Aaron Pierre potentially playing John Stewart, and now this Bane and Deathstroke movie, which is crazy. Wouldn't be surprised if Bane and Deathstroke movie directly ties into, well, it would have to, I would think. I think they would have to have it tied into that a little bit. So also have AFL Grand Final. You have something, okay. Oh, that's today. Well, tomorrow, technically for me. Australian Super Bowl. Now, that's cool. Smash the beers, man. We got Taladia Plays. What's happening? Good to see you. Good to see you. We got Super Godzilla X Vlogs. Batman got a star. I know, right? He's a star. He's a star. I tell you, I knew that kid was going to be a star. It's good stuff, man. Gotta love that. We got J-Fizz right here. Let's touch base with Todd McFarlane. See what's up with Blumhouse. Are we doing this? I know, right? Well, he did give an update. He did. I mean, the last thing that we got really from Todd McFarlane was, I don't know, we got like a script cover. What was the title? What was the title? King Spawn, right? So we do, I don't know, it seems like something, but I mean, it just seems like this movie's taking forever. Taking forever. And we got Mama Film Junkie here. Well, could have waited till Monday, but okay. There you go. Early birthday thing. Yeah, it's not till Tuesday, but thank you, Mom. Love you. Love you lots. And we got Mr. James. Hey, not James. Jason. Sorry, I was looking at James D. McKaylee right there. Well, we got Mr. Jason McKenzie. Cheers, sir. Thank you for the $50 super chat. Much appreciated, helping out that pirate ship. What's going on, Austin? Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. It was nice talking to you on last week's Saturday stream. Catching up with you. We'll get you back on here soon. Can we coordinate an ask party on Todd McFarlane and Blumhouse on Spawn? I don't know if we have to do that, because I think like I'm imagining that he's on them like all the time talking about it. I don't know. What's going on, Braden? Good to see you. I don't know if we need to really do that. Maybe. I don't know. What's going on, Jaden McRae? Tigers finally made the playoffs. Hey, congrats. Giants ain't in the playoffs. I know. I'm sad. We're reaching the end of the regular MLB season this weekend. So Sunday's the last day. So Sunday's the last time I get to watch the Giants play. It's always nice. It's always nice, like when I get done with streams, or just on, just weekday nights, can watch the Giants as I'm working and all this stuff. Yeah, now the baseball season's going. But now it's all eyes on the Dodgers. The Dodgers, they got to make it, right? They got to go all the way with all the money that they put forth in the offseason. So let's see if they make it. It's going to be interesting. Timothy Oliphant is Deathstroke. Yeah, I saw some people say that. It's interesting. But hit that like, thumbs up, says Antonio. What's going on, Mr. Fear? Jason, we got Jay right here. What is happening? All right, good to see you. Good to see you. Let's see. I stopped watching when Ronald Acuna Jr. got hurt for the Braves. Stopped watching. Aren't the Braves in it though? Yeah, but how long? But for how long, Mom? Release the animated Snyderverse. Well, you know what, Jay Fizz, you actually, well, this will lead into how I'm going to start off the stream, I guess you could say, because I'm going to give a little update. That's right. A little update on, well, this has been an interesting week when it comes to that very thing right there. When it comes to my tweets last week, and just to catch anybody up who doesn't know everything that happened this week when it comes to, it's just something I tweeted, and there's been some reactions and everything. So last weekend, when I watched the first 4 episodes of Twilight of the Gods, I tweeted out something. I tweeted out the fact that I brought up the idea yet again, because we have an animated series from Zack Snyder and Jay Oliva. So I tweeted out that, man, I was thinking, man, even this animation style, if they could do the rest of, Justice League 2 and 3 and maybe some other ones, they could do it in this animated form, like a Snyderverse animated series. It'd be pretty sweet. It's just an idea that's been brought up many times before, but I decided to bring it up again. And naturally, obviously, when that happens, if you talk about anything when it comes to animated Snyderverse, there's going to be that loud side of the Zack Snyder fandom that is going to lose their minds. And they did. Most people are on board. When I look at the retweets and likes and all that stuff, most people's on board. But of course, the loud ones are going to make it vocal, and it's going to get a little ugly, which it, kind of did. But the biggest thing that I saw in the responses was like the new battle cry of live action or nothing at all. It's like, oh, okay. So even if Zach were to come out and be like, hey guys, we're going to finish this up in this form, you guys would 100% just cross your arms and just be like, nope, nothing at all. Then bullshit. You would totally support it. That's, of course. So we had that. So I did a response on Monday's Film Junkie Live. I did a response, and then I condensed it down to its own video. You could watch it on my channel. It's like a 26-minute video. I went over everything, just kind of broke it down, just because I never really dove deep into pushing back against that side of the fandom. So then, of course, more reactions come to it. And then when it came to Monday's Film Junkie Live, when it came to Monday's or Wednesday's Film Junkie Live, I should say, somebody sent me a link that, oh yeah, these guys are doing a whole stream talking about you. And I went, what? And then I clicked the stream and I was like, oh, okay. They're doing a whole, I'm even in the thumbnail, and I clicked on it for a little bit, and apparently they were going over some of I think some Vodka streams and whatnot. I don't know. I just saw it for a brief moment. And it's somebody that you guys might know who it is, but his name is Skywalker the Jedi. That's right. It's his channel. And and I always wonder about that name too, because I'm like, does he talk about Star Wars? I don't know. I don't know if he does. I don't fully pay attention, but I'm like, anytime I see him, he's talking about this kind of stuff. And you're gonna, anyways, that's besides the point. I'm Junkie the Film. Anyways, and some of you might remember he was a guy in the Black Superman pajamas, the suit that was at Full Circle. He was wearing that and everything. So anyways, they were doing a whole stream. So I was like, all right, cool, whatever. And then of course, I made fun of it a little bit more too on Twitter that night. And then the next day, it was funny because I wasn't going to watch a 2-hour stream of grown men bitching about me. It was like a 2-hour stream. I'm sure they weren't entirely talking, but the good chunk of it was about. So I was like, I'm not going to waste my time with that. But then somebody within his circle, one of his cronies or whatever the hell, somebody, when Steven responded to my tweet, kind of making fun of it, this person responded with a clip from that live stream. And I think it was like, oh yeah, this is grown-ups talking with balls. That's what the caption said. And I think it was like, oh, this is a gotcha. He thought it was a gotcha clip, but it did it did a counter reaction, I guess you could say, because it didn't put this, the leader of, I guess you could say, the Snyderverse campaign into the best light, I should say. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that some of you guys saw some of you guys saw this over here. So basically he brought up, because this guy, he's been at all the events. I've been to pretty much all the events too. Yeah, not everything. I mean, when it came to the World of Zach, that was all during the week, and so I only made it to the director's cuts because during the week I wasn't going to drive out to L.A. 2 hours, 3 hours driving every night, so I only went to the director's cuts. But anyways, we never interact with each other because I know I'm like, yeah, that guy doesn't like me, so why even bother? Because these events are for connecting with fans and friends and all this kind of stuff. But he brought up jeez, he brought up a time where we crossed paths. Okay, now I'm sure, like I said, some of you probably saw the clip, and when I saw the clip, my mind was blown. I couldn't believe what I saw and heard, because he basically, so he brought up the fact that we had this interaction when it came to the Rebel Moon premiere, LA premiere at the Chinese Theater back in December. He talks about this crossing paths, and right off the start, right off the bat, he mentions that when he sees Steven and I get up from out of our chairs to go to the bathroom, that's what our intention was. I guess he decided to follow us because he wanted to see what would happen. Already off the bat, this is not sounding too good. Doesn't sound too good. You're going to follow us. Interesting. And then apparently he lost us. And then he goes to the bathroom. And then we make it to the bathroom. And then apparently he had it in his brain that something was going to go down in the bathroom, as in we were going to have a fight or something. Maybe he watched Mission Impossible Fallout earlier that day and he had it on his brain. I don't know. But Steven and I went in there, and then he had it in his brain that, oh, shit might go down. And then he even mentioned that he goes up to the sink and takes his time rolling up his sleeves, basically waiting for one of us to do something. Yes, you're right. Because, Steven and I got these invites to the world, to the LA premiere of Zack Snyder's Justice League. We received these invites. Steven and his wife travel. They fly to California. I take my mom, a film junkie. We get dressed up to go to the iconic Chinese theater. And in our heads, as if, if we see this guy, yeah, if I see this guy, I'm going to give him we're going to do this. It's going to go down. What? Are you insane? Are you absolutely insane? Like this, you actually thought, oh yeah, we looked very threatening, Steven and I, under 6 foot with our thick glasses and our slacks on. Yeah, I'm sure. And I think he thought something might go down, and then it sounded like he wanted something to go down. Again, maybe you watch Mission Impossible Fallout. I don't know. And then he left. And then, of course, when he was talking to the rest of the panel, they were making it sound like we bitched out or something, or we weren't man enough or whatever. I can assure you 100% that it was a bladder thing. It was right before the movie. We wanted to pee. So we went to go pee. I guess along the way, maybe we ran into somebody and said hi. I don't know. It was a lot of commotion that night. But I can assure you it was that. And then, of course, it was also urinal etiquette. So if somebody's right there in the middle of all the pee-pee stations, 2 people walk in, we don't want to piss next to each other. You always want a little buffer. So, yeah, we didn't try to surround or anything. We just went to the sides, did that. And then I will say this, that yes, we did take our time because it did get awkward. There was a weird feeling, especially from him, that we looked at each other going, what? Because not only was he taking his time, washing his hands, he was also kind of mumbling and grumbling to himself. I don't know if he was reenacting the scenario in his head, or I don't know. But it was probably a good call that we decided not to just go up to that sink, because God knows now where I'm like, but no, we don't go to these events to like, hey, let's take an internet squabble and let's bring it to real life where possibly violence could happen. What? Oh my God. And then, of course, he said something that he yelled out something and it scared Steven out of his shoes. No, that didn't happen. He did that on the way back up the stairs. And we both just kind of looked at each other like, whoa, that was weird. That was definitely weird. Yeah, I think he wanted to reload his arms like Cavill. I don't know. But yeah, so yeah, I don't know. This is all because of hashtags and cape shit. What are we doing here? This is absolutely ridiculous. And it's because I tweeted that thing out, and then of course, like I talk about why is even Steven involved? I feel bad that Steven got involved. Again, it's like, why the hell would Steven even want to do anything? He barely talks about this stuff. I'll talk about it, but I don't talk about it a lot. I don't talk about this a lot at all. But of course, the guy who clipped out this thing said grown-ups with balls. And I'm just kind of going like, wait, who's the grown-ups here? What are we doing here? I thought we were supposed to be grown-ups and we're going to. No, this is not what this is all about right here. I'm sorry. We don't go to these events for this. This is not something. This is why this is kind of backfiring, this whole thing. And I'm just kind of going like, what? This doesn't put you in a good light. This doesn't. I don't know what you guys are thinking here. I really don't. It should never get to a point where things are going to get physical. That's ridiculous. Couldn't believe it when all this was happening. Couldn't believe it. Or when I saw that clip, I was like, wow. But, I remember the moment and I'm like, okay. That was back in December too, by the way. This is like 10 months ago. 9.5, whatever you want to call it. Not 10. I don't know how long ago. 9 months. 9 months ago. I'm like, what the? Yeah, that would have been really cool, just to have a little something going on in the bathroom. Have a fight in the bathroom. Yeah, that's what Zach would want from his fans. That's yeah. My mom would love that. Jesus Christ, man. It's really gotten to this. Yeah. So, but it was just kind of freaky. Like, I forgot, it's like, wow, followed us. I don't know. See, to me, when it comes to all this, I don't talk about it that much. I have talked about it this week. I'll give you that. But I've always said, if whatever you want to do, whatever hashtags you want to use and campaigns you want to do, by all means, knock yourself out. You are free to just do whatever, run whatever campaigns you want, use whatever hashtags you want. And hopefully you raise some money for like AFSP or something like that. Hopefully, whatever. Knock yourself out. You are free to do so. I am also free to say it's stupid. But am I going to spend a bunch of time saying that? No. But every now and again, if things come across the table, like when it came to the reaction to my tweet, yeah, I might point out that things aren't that smart when it comes to this. Sure. But it never should lead to real life violence. What the fuck? Insane. And I think, yeah, you could thank your buddy who clipped that out, because now it's not shining you or your campaign in the best light. It's like, these are the leaders right here of all this. And I'm sure they talked all kinds of shit throughout that fucking 2-hour stream. Again, I don't care. You guys do you. Okay? And there's not going to be any kind of violent interaction or anything like that, because that's not. You think like Zach would condone that? No. I mean, if these guys right here, if they want the mantle and the medal or something like that of the biggest Zack Snyder fan, by all means have it. It's fun. You're the bigger Zack Snyder fan than me, because I just, he's one of my favorite directors. I love his movies, love his art. I consider him a friend, but that's as far as I go. I don't tweet about him 24/7. If you guys want to do that and then you're trying to fight for this certain thing, by all means, you could take the award of biggest Zack Snyder fan. If that's what you want. Perfectly okay. That's not, But anyways, that's pretty much it right there. It's very, yeah. So that's where all this stemming from that tweet right there. All right. Sorry about that. I just had to get that out of the way. So I know some of you guys know this. Let's see. Your Braves and your Dodgers have something in common. We lose because of the stupid rule by like it's football. Interesting. What's going on, Jade? Good to see you. This is such a stooge. Don't even. I know. I'm not trying to sweat. I mean, again, I'm just like it's just like baffling. I don't even know. To me, I don't even know where this beef has actually really come from. I've never had an interaction with him on Twitter or anything. Nothing. So, like I said, I've seen him at the events. Avoid, because why? We're not there to do that. I go to these events to interact with fellow fans of mine, and people that I've made friends with online. I don't go there to do any. I mean, they've had their own squabbles. I mean, when they started their whole group, when it came to this whole cell thing, they ousted like 2 people from their whole thing because they didn't fit in with the plan. So, but hey, they're the alphas apparently. They're totally alpha. Yeah. And we're the betas because we decided not to pick a fight in a fucking bathroom over Cape shit. And hashtags. Was I supposed to walk up and be like, your hashtag is... I don't care. I don't care about it. You know, it's like, yeah, I'll talk every now and then because I talk. Why are you bringing Steven in this? He doesn't even talk about this stuff. That's what's so freaking crazy. Do people realize how much Zack Snyder Justice League 2 and 3 would cost? No, they don't think about that kind of stuff. It's all about what they want. I mean, that's what I've said. That's why, like, the animation route would cost like big time. Hey, Dave, what up? I'm doing good. So, BANE and DEATHSTROKE movie, lots of people is going to be like, wow, thanks, DC. My thoughts, I did not see it coming. Yeah, I mean, again, this is just something, you know. Brendan, it was pretty pathetic. Who follows someone in the... Well, that's the thing is, well, we didn't. I know it's like, wait, is that what he's accusing us of? Is like we followed him into the men's room and then we went on both sides, like we were going to attack. Like, what the fuck? Like, no, dude, no. It's like, wow. He's desperate. Yeah, I know, and I hate that I'm giving it to him, but I had to react to that. I had to react to that a little bit. I mean, I couldn't not, because I reacted to it on Twitter, so of course I had to like talk about it. You know. Oh man, but again, that was the alpha stream. We're the betas apparently. You know. Jeez. I'm surprised there was no comparing sizes. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's what I wanted. I don't know if I wanted to fight you or he wanted to. I mean, you guys, you know, again, I don't know. It was just all baffling when I saw that clip. And again, it's like, yeah, you could thank your buddy for clipping that out because it did not put you in a good light at all. Austin, exactly. That's all. Yeah. Dave was going to go full. No, I wasn't. No. What, like reload my... No. So, yeah, it was all pretty crazy. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. Crazy. Yeah. Utterly shameful. No, I mean, that's a thing. So, thank you, Mom. Yeah, no. I know it's crazy. Yeah, it's whatever, you know. And someone do the... Yeah, no. I wish I had that on. What's the saying? Go touch grass, man, boys, I swear. And I just saw the pic of him in the... Yeah, he's the guy in the Superman pajamas. Yeah, it's all that. Dave, you're making me pause. Sorry, didn't mean to do that for you. People are stranger when you're a stranger. Yeah, it could be that too. That vodka does run through me as well. So, yeah, it's not real life. You know, it's not even like, you know, it's not anything. I'm like, what did I do to piss you off so much? Do you think that everyone's going to drop everything to do Justice League 2 and 3? No, that's why I went over that little checklist of like, hey, you know, I don't think, yeah, if it does happen, it's like not even all the actors will do it. What's going on, Chris? Of all the dumb things to focus on, they went after you. I'm all for a difference of opinion, but man, put together a 2-hour... I know, right? I mean, I guess I've made it, right? I guess I've made it. That had a 2-hour stream. Grown men complaining about me. Isn't that great? So if Zack Snyder said that he was working on animated Justice League 2 and 3, these people would not support it. That's what I was always wondering. I was like, would they not support that? Would they go against it? I don't know. If Ezra's Flash shows up and post Superman, say fuck, I'm fuck. I don't know if that's gonna happen, but hopefully this Vodka stream will be less chaotic than controversial. Yeah. Who knows? I mean, it's not. I think that when they were like watching over some of the stuff and everything, which by all means, and they probably are gonna break this down too. I don't know. They were watching it. I think in like, weren't they watching it in like they were watching in a faster speed? Because I think they were worried that, or they worried that I was going to do like a content ID. By all means, guys, you can use my content to complain about me. It's perfectly fine. Again, I don't even know exactly what we're complaining about. Maybe you got another story that is crazy as well. I don't know. But it's just... Dave, you are why I'm on YouTube. I appreciate that, man. Wanting to pick a fight and get into a public event. Yeah. I don't get it, man. And I know they've gone after you, RJ, previously. They've gone after you. Yeah, I don't understand what's the mindset here, especially when what Zach is all about. He's not all about this. You're not all about this. These squabbles and straight out, bullying and stuff like that. It's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, I don't know, but it's just I think the Bane and Deathstroke movie is more likely some kind of Suicide Squad 3 or Secret 6 movie versus... Yeah, it probably isn't just them against each other, so yeah. Same person on Twitter when James Gunn, even the ones who troll him, nice comments because he... Oh, yeah, he did. Yeah, I heard about that. I saw James Gunn posted that. And I know there was like some, and then there was something where it came to like somebody saying that he's deserved and stuff like that, which is totally wrong. It's terrible. It's terrible. Sometimes that stuff, Tyler, hey Dave, been a while. I've been on here. I hope you are well. I stopped working night shift, so that's good. You got me through that. You, Chris Wrong, and the whole crew. You still chat with those guys. I haven't talked to Chris in a while. I know he's in a better place now, but he kind of quit the main YouTube and online thing, and now he does vlogs. And good on him. I hope to talk to him one of these days again, but he kind of walked away from this life. And I think it had a lot to do with, how crazy it is and, how crazy it can get. Pissed on him. Yeah, that wouldn't have gone over well. I wasn't going to piss on him. Wasn't going to do that. So, and the person who was a fan, who claims to be a fan of Zach, said, this is war. Oh, yeah. Yeah. But again, it's some random fucking person on Twitter. Yeah, it's ridiculous, but let's not bring too much light to it. It's like, it's whatever. But anyway, so got that out of the way, got that out of the way. Nothing wrong. We're good with that. Like I said, it's all just stemming from my tweet. I think it's going to be okay, guys. It's going to be okay. It's all going to be okay. I'm just wondering what, like now let's just see what Zach's next movie is going to be. Is it going to be, hopefully we get Rebel Moon 3 and Planet of the Dead. Hopefully we can get them greenlit. Still worry about that, but might be the UFC movie. Who knows? Yeah. But go ahead and ask a little bit more questions before we start bringing in the panel. But I'm going to give my drinking review now that I've sat 24 hours with MEGA-FLOP-OLIS. So drinking review. Here we go. MEGA-FLOP-OLIS. Okay, so MEGA-FLOP-OLIS. This movie's going to be studied. It really is. If you saw my first reaction, I was kind of baffled by it. I was baffled by this movie because I think it's like quietly brilliant, but also just a mess of like, what am I watching here? This is, a crazy person made this, and essentially a crazy person did make this. And it's funny because there are clips now going online, And I even tweeted one of the clips, and I even said that in my first reaction, Adam Driver knocks it out of the park with his role. He does a fantastic job. He chews up the role. He's good. He's great. Everybody else is overacting like crazy and not giving the best line delivery. And I'm wondering if that's by design. Could be. Like I said, Francis Ford Coppola might just be in his own little world, and he had all these layers, which I know there's a bunch of layers. This might be a movie you have to watch 7 times before you actually realize what the fuck he's actually trying to tell you here, because there's some confusing things that happen in the movie. But at the same time, it's filmed well, and there's some shots that look gorgeous, and there's things that but the editing's messy. And like I said, when it comes to these other characters, I didn't know John Voight. I forgot John Voight was in this movie. He's like a cartoon character. So is Dustin Hoffman, Aubrey Plaza. They're all like cartoon characters. Shia LaBeouf, totally just cartoon characters, and it's all just very over the top. And poor Natalie Emmanuel, she has a beautiful British accent. She's British. I don't think I've really heard her do an American accent. She's doing an American accent right here. To me, it didn't sound all that great, and it sounded like there was a lot of ADR. And she's like second build. She's in the movie from like start to finish, and a lot of her line deliveries really are bad. And it's just, I don't know. And then sometimes it's like, I don't know, the American accent doesn't sound that good. Lawrence Fishburne is kind of like partially a narrator and partially, in the movie. He's good. It's Lawrence Fishburne. But everybody else is just very over the top and everything. But Adam Driver. And then it's just like there's shit that I just like go, I don't know. There's stuff that you just don't understand. And I'm just going, I could just watch this movie like 7 more times and then be like, oh my God, this is fucking brilliant. Or I just go, no, this movie's just an absolute disaster. And I think it's like a little bit of both. It's weird. It's weird because if you go see this movie, I guarantee you haven't seen a movie like this in years. And it kind of had that old school psychedelic fucking crazy fever dream filmmaking. So I could appreciate it on that level. But overall, I'm like, this movie is, I don't even know where to put it. And I couldn't even explain exactly everything that's going on in the movie, to be honest. So there you go. So if you guys, go ahead and keep on asking more questions too, and we'll start getting the people in here. One of my favorite songs from the Lost Boys. I'm so sick and tired of damn spell check. I know, right? Gotta love it. Do you know when the new Penguin episodes come out? I heard it's on Sundays. Yep. It's on Sundays at 9 p.m. Eastern time. I was so happy to see the recent video of Chris. So glad he's in a good place. Yeah, so am I. I got a lot of hate, but it is what it is. Adulting and having a full-time job puts in perspective about me. I know, right? So let's, it's all pretty crazy. We're all going to be okay. We are going to be okay. We need a special... No, the vodka stream's always a therapy session for me. When I get Zach to do the Deathstroke and nah, we don't need it. He's busy doing other things. So it's AFL grand final day. Surely everyone is watching that. So you got that. Just tell me if we should see this in theaters. I mean, it looks beautiful on the big screen. I will say that. So James, I want him to do The Authority, but if he did Bane and Deathstroke, I would have no problem with that. How was Giancarlo? See, they were over the top. Well, I mean, they're antagonists to their own right in different ways, which is cool storytelling. Like I said, it's not terrible. It's not terrible. It's like I said, it's like kind of quietly brilliant just because of how it is. And I'm going, how did this all get achieved? There's times where Giancarlo, he does like pull out that Giancarlo like acting chops. But then there's sometimes it's so over the top. I'm going, what are we doing here? And then Aubrey Plaza's over the top, like from start to finish. And then she's hot though, at least, I've always had a little crush on her, but yeah, but they're antagonists in their own way, which I won't say exactly why they are, but it's interesting. Hopefully it makes sense because this life makes no sense sometimes. I have to check it out. Check it out. I say give it. It's got to be studied. Bane and Deathstroke are mercenaries, and DS leads Secret Society, and Bane leads Secret Six. Gunn could be setting that up. Well, it's been rumored that Secret Six might be a thing, so this could be how Gunn shows us the DCU crime underworld. Yeah, I hope that'd be cool because it's something different. Do you have any concern that they're working on so many projects at DC Studios before Superman releases? Or do you think it's a vote of confidence, of a sign of stability? I think it's that. And I think Warner Brothers has no choice but to just roll with it. You know, they're putting them, they're putting their investment in, and regardless of how people feel about James Gunn, I mean, I think they've seen the writing on the wall. They've seen, everything when it comes to that. They know that James Gunn has a unique knowledge when it comes to comic book, lore and backstories and characters. He's very knowledgeable when it comes to this. He's a big ass nerd. I mean, if you're going to try to reinvigorate this universe, he's the guy to do so for sure, because, out of all the people out there that are working on movies that are notable, I mean, I don't know anybody else who you could think of that is like more knows about these characters and stories. I mean, I know, like, again, Zach's like a nerd, but he's a nerd for certain stories. I don't think Zach dove in, like, he, as much as he loves comic books, I don't think he dove into entire universes and got to know so much knowledge about everyone. He took the ones that he really, that drove him, like he loved, Batman, and of course Dark Knight Returns and Daredevil and Superman and stuff like that. But I don't know if, like, I mean, I think he dove into it probably a lot, and he's up there, with like knowledge about the DC universe and knows a lot about it. But I don't know. It just seems like James, I don't know. It just seems like James knows a shit ton. So, did you see the ballerina? Yes, I did. My thoughts are I cannot. It's a female, yeah, but it's a female version of John Wick, but it's not like replacing John Wick with a female. It's not like gender bending or anything like that. They established the ballerinas already in the universe. So the fact that it's already established and they're trying to continue the universe, I think it's great. And you got Ana de Armas that is leading the helm. I mean, I thought she kicked ass in the last James Bond movie, and I was like, hey, till you guys figure out what you're going to do with James Bond, can we get more of Ana de Armas doing her thing? And now it's like, oh, okay, well, she's going to be over here doing more badass things in Ballerina, so I'm all for it. I thought the trailer showed way too much. The trailer should have just been a nice little tease, but they showed way too much. And then, of course, they show Keanu Reeves, John Wick, so we know this is before John Wick 3. I think this is after John Wick 2. No. I mean, before John Wick 4. So this is either between John Wick 2 or 3, or between John Wick 3 or 4. So that's what I'm kind of wondering. So even with it being kind of crazy, it's worth seeing in theaters. If you want to see it, see it. I don't want to tell you yes or no. That's the thing. I'm never going to be doing that. So I'm never, if you feel like you want to see it, go see it. Or if you want to wait, I don't know. Like, I see movies all the time. I wanted to check this out. And, I'm never disappointed in going to seeing something in theaters, for sure. So, Dave, is it really only almost 8 o'clock for you? Yep. I'm in Pacific time, buddy. Are you watching Agatha all along? I'm not. I did not reactivate my Disney Plus subscription to watch Agatha. As much as I love Catherine Hahn and even Aubrey Plaza's in that, I can't do it. Bro, how that's possible? Even the first cues arise. Why we go to watch villain superhero movies? We already have A-listed superheroes. Are you talking about the Deathstroke? And yeah, well, you got to do something different than, something's weird about Agatha thing. I saw the streaming numbers, and then I saw somebody come up with some other numbers. Yeah, I mean, streaming numbers are all over the place. I mean, we could use them, but there are like streaming numbers that I just don't even, they're all over the place. They're definitely all over the place. So they're definitely all over the place. So I don't know. When it comes to streaming numbers, it's hard to gauge. It's hard to gauge the streaming numbers. I will say that. It is hard to gauge those streaming numbers. All right. Sorry. Just doing my thing. Probably won't be a big panel tonight, which is fine. Sending out the invites. Boop, 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 boop. All right. Throw it on there. All right. Sorry about that. What the hell happened here? Did it do it? No, it didn't. Jesus Christ. Sorry. Messing up on things. All right. And then what else do I got? All right. Sorry. Just sending out the invites for people for the panel. And we'll be good. All right. There we go. All right. We're good. Sorry about that. Let's not act like Marvel doesn't have 5 to 8 years in advance because, well, they kind of do. But sometimes they can't get Blade. They can't figure out Blade. I don't care if it's comics or animation. I just want to see Zack Snyder. Yeah, I think that's what a lot of people think. But man, I mean, look what's happened when you suggest that. Look what's happened. Look at what my week's been like. Been kind of crazy. But I'm not taking it to heart. I'm not taking it in the heart. All I just asked for is like, hey, let's relax here, fellas. Let's relax here, okay? That's all. What's going on, Alakazoo? Let's see. Fire, gun, and sell there. Right to Tubi. Tubi. One of the biggest fails was not letting the raid director do. I know, right? When they announced a Deathstroke movie. Oh, tell ya. Yeah, Ballerina looks pretty freaking awesome. Farting Vodka stream. Mad love to you too, J Fizz, man. Cheers. Cheers. Sorry I don't have vodka, but, you know, doing the wine tonight. It's going to be a wine weekend. Wine kind of weekend. Yeah, League of Shadows. That could be something that's involved when it comes to that. Skipping Agatha, and I also canceled Disney. Yeah, I know. You got to pick and choose, man. Economy's kind of shit, you know? You can't have too many. Can't have too many. I mean, the economy's, I mean, it's funny because I used to like, I changed my coffee brand because I used to get sent like this coffee called Jot. It's called Jot coffee. It's basically like a coffee concentrate. I started getting it because I saw it online and I was like, cool, because I didn't, my coffee maker went out. I had like one of those Keurigs, and it went out. And I was like, well, shit, I guess I had to get a coffee maker or get a new Keurig or something like that. And then I saw this like Jot coffee, and it's like a coffee concentrate. You mix it in, and I was like, let me give this a shot. And it was just like, it was a certain price. And I went, that's not too bad. That's kind of cool. Let me try it out. And I think I got like the first one free. It was one of those like, get the first free and then blah, blah, blah. And I got it. I really liked it. And this was like 2 years ago or so. And I don't know why I'm going off on a whole coffee thing here, but it's just trying to show you, like, when obviously we're feeling the effects of like the economy and stuff like that. But so I've had this for forever, but then of course the price kept going up, and then it would go up, and then it go up. And then of course I'm like, when it comes to other stuff too, that I'm like, all right, I'm buying this and buying that. And then I'm starting to go like, all right, I got to budget myself, and I'm starting to really look at my funds and where am I spending. And then I finally went, all right, I'm paying too much for this Jot coffee stuff. So then I just bought like a cheap little like $30 coffee maker. Don't need anything expensive. And then got some coffee online, and it's like, all right, cutting the price of coffee off, because, I'm not one of those that goes to Starbucks. I was talking to one of my really good friends, and I asked her, I was like, when you go to Starbucks, how much is your coffee? She said $8 to $10. $8 to $10 for coffee? I went, you got to be kidding me. $8 to $10 you're spending on coffee? On one coffee? I'm like, no. I'm like, no. I'm like, I'm making that at home. I mean, now that and I got this really good coffee that I found online that really was like, whoa, called Shock Coffee. Pretty good stuff. And I'm like, I got like a pound of it. It's like, it's going to last me a month. It's going to cost like 20 to like 19 cents a cup of coffee. $8 to $10. Oof. Jesus Christ! I never go to the last time I went to Starbucks, I needed like a quick pick me up, and I just got a black coffee, and that was like $3.50. I was like, Jesus Christ, ridiculous. And there's my coffee rant for the night. You're welcome. I don't know if I already talked about guns, cooking with Green Lantern casting as well. Chandler is great. And if he gets Pierre, too, oh man. Yeah, if he gets Pierre's going to be the Green Lantern of the DCU. For sure. Give me the checks. How can you say it's better than something and you haven't seen it? What? What are we talking about? What exactly are you talking about there? Give me the checks. I don't know exactly what we're talking about. Like, what do I think is better than something when I haven't seen it? It sounds like a riddle. Like, what dries and gets wet at the same time? I don't think Marvel has that much planned in advance. Yeah, I mean, they're just trying to figure it out. They're trying to figure it out. Get on the. Yeah, there you go. Hi. Then we got Hank. What's going on, Hank? Good to see you, bud. Any spooky movies you plan on watching in the coming weeks? Yeah, just the normal ones, you know. Evil Deads. Freddy. Not really a big Friday the 13th guy. The Halloween movies, of course. Trick or Treat, it's a good one. You know. Yeah, and that it's not $10 for coffee, man. They just down the street, I got a Dutch Brothers. They just opened it like a week and a half ago. I probably will never set foot in there. You know, I'm not going to spend $10 on a fucking coffee. And plus, I just like coffee. I like a black coffee. I mean, I do the bulletproof coffee for my first cup of coffee, which is like a whole little thing. But mainly I'm just like, I'm black coffee. So it's like, why am I going to spend money on black coffee? I like actually coffee for the coffee taste. I'm not trying to get a fucking dessert for my coffee. There's some people that you're literally getting a milkshake, you know, tons of sugar, tons of everything, and we wonder why. Anyways, yeah. Let's see. Hey, Dave, have you seen the list of films for 2023, bro? It's stacked. All bangers. Count them like Supergirl. Yeah, 2026 is pretty good, too. There's a lot there. What are the chances that the Batman Part 2 is starting in March, like the first Batman? Probably a good chance. Probably a good chance, I would say. What was Zach's Thanksgiving post, Dave? I think you might know, or you find out. Oh yeah, when he posted, it was a long time ago. He's posting like his turkey and stuff like that, but in the background he had like Final Crisis in there. So naturally, like all of us were like, you know, ooh, is he trying to hint at something right there? You know, but I think Zach likes to have a little fun. I think he definitely likes to have a little fun. So he likes to plant things into his images. I don't think, no, he was definitely not. I could assure you, he was not collaborating with Hamada. I can assure you that. With Kyle Chandler as Hal, I want them to cast Taylor Kitsch as Kyle Rayner. Interesting. So we can get a Coach Taylor and Riggins reunion. There you go. Yeah, because Friday Night Lights, right? Yeah, I've watched The Howling. I watched it a long time ago. Maybe I'll check it out again. And we got that new Wolfman movie coming out. Speaking of wolves. All right. Go ahead and take off the shades and start bringing some people in here. What's going on, Phil?
Mouth was full. Hold on.
I know, right? Perfect timing for to invite you in right now. Well, we also got Chris too. What's going on, Mr. Balgo?
I'm glad you brought in Phil. I was in the middle of mid-sip, so thank you, Phil, for taking that the hit for everyone.
Amen, brother. I like that you two are matching.
No,
kind of matching, yeah.
Kind of.
I have the first version. That's like the live version, or like the character version, I guess.
Yeah.
That's more of a character.
Where it
And
all
you
started.
got that. Of course,
There it all started. A little bit of Jim Lee.
Good old Jim Lee. How we doing tonight?
Did you guys see Jim Lee's Instagram post yesterday about Batman getting on the Hollywood Walk of Fame?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that was cool. Yeah, Batman now officially. It was cool because I was watching, clips, and I was seeing the pictures and everything. I mean, it's crazy how that's a thing, and I'm willing to bet. I'm already calling it right now that Superman's going to get his next year. Anybody else feeling that?
Yeah.
Especially with the new Superman movie coming out. I wouldn't be surprised if like the week of or week after, I don't know, probably the week before.
You mean they plan this stuff to like coordinate and promote?
What? Yeah.
I mean, this happened a week after Batman Day, so yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. So, I mean, it would have been cool. I mean, I know a lot of us were like, why they couldn't get like a live, one of the live action actors there. And it's like, yeah, kind of sucked that there was like, I thought maybe Keaton would be there, or, Pattinson.
Heck, they pulled
or-
everyone out
yeah.
of the woodwork, though. I mean, geez, who wasn't there, like you said?
You had
There
Burt
was-
Ward. You
Yeah.
had Diedrich Bader, Jason O'Mara, Troy
Yeah.
Baker, Hamish Linklater,
Mhm.
and they all were just like, yeah, we wish this is all for Kevin Conroy. And it's like, okay, well, that right there is just
Yeah.
Well, I know, and that's one of the things too. When I saw people like kind of, going, "Oh, Warner Brothers couldn't get one of the live actors," I'm like, "Well, it's not really a Warner Brothers thing. It's a DC thing." And yes, of
Yeah.
course, they own the rights for things when it comes to DC. But at the same time, I was just like, "All right, guys. I mean, I get it. Warner Brothers, womp womp." But at the same time, I'm like, look at all the voice actors that are there, and you better believe that if Kevin Conroy was still alive, he would have 100% been there as well. So,
Well, who's to even say that they might have actually invited him and they were just like,
They
no, I
probably
can't
did.
do it.
yeah,
Even some of them at that point, they just may not wanted to do. May have been busy or just maybe not wanted to do it. I mean, can't put
exactly.
it.
So.
I mean, when was the last time Christian Bale talked about Batman? Probably press for Thor: Love and Thunder.
Well, you talk about, they always ask me about how do you take a piss in the suit? I mean, that's pretty much anytime that I hear about Christian Bale talking about Batman, it's talking about peeing. It's like, oh, well, yeah, I asked Christian Bale about, give me some advice. Make sure they built a zipper, mate. It's like I'm trying to do my best, Christian Bale.
Of all of them, I feel like the
Terrible.
ones who could have been there probably would have either been Keaton and Bale, because I
Mhm.
think Pattinson still, he just welcomed a kid into the world, so I think he's probably still playing dad. And then Ben Affleck, well, he's going through shit, so it just
He's going through shit. Pattinson, like I said, just has a newborn, and of course now he's gearing up. And
up
Matt
for part two,
Reeves. Matt Reeves, I was kind of like, Matt Reeves show up? He did. He didn't show up to the Penguin. He didn't show up to this. I mean, I know some people might even start going, "What's going on there?" It's like, relax. I think it's gonna be okay. I mean, it seems like
It means
Matt
they're
Reeves-
not doing the Batman Part 2. That's what that means, right?
That's what it is.
Yeah, put it out there. It's
even
not
though the
happening.
Penguin had 5.3 million views in its first 5
Oh, the
days.
Penguin's
of being
a
on
hit.
there.
Those are all
man.
bots, Phil. You know that.
I know, right? Right. Yeah.
It's only us three that really watched it.
Yeah, just but no, but I mean, it was cool though. I mean, and like I said, I was just like, oh yeah, there's no way that they don't do Superman next year. But
Yeah.
I mean, this is just one of those things. It was mainly like a DC thing, and it was like a lot of people involved with that. And then it was cool seeing Burt Ward there, and the fact that the Batman star is right next to Adam West.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's cool. So it was cool that Burt Ward did show up for that, and it just it would have been cool to see like one of them, like but it's during the week, everybody's busy, and maybe they just were like, nah, I'm good. It's like,
Probably, some of them, like Affleck's like, I don't want to be. asked any
well, like we're saying,
questions.
Affleck's kind of going through some shit right now. Come on.
Just a
Yeah.
little bit.
Yeah.
Trying to not be part of a federal lawsuit.
Yes. When your
Keaton's also-
ex-wife.
Yeah, that too. Yeah. I mean, I feel like Keaton probably, he's still riding that wave of Beetlejuice. He probably doesn't want to talk about Batman too much, especially after the Flash.
Yeah, true. So he's probably just like, and then of course, I mean, Pattinson, but Pattinson, like I said, he's a new father, and he's probably starting to gear up for, okay, I got to start preparing, the script is done for the Batman 2, so I got to start, and then God knows what he's doing right now too when it comes to things. And then Clooney, I wouldn't see actually showing up,
God,
because
no.
he's always made a joke out of the whole thing. Even at the end of the Flash, it was very jokey. I mean, let's face it, it was a dumb joke. I appreciated it. I was like, yeah, fuck it, why not? I mean, it was just whatever. It got a laugh from the theater both times I saw it. So, but I was like, whatever. And then of course, there's Kilmer. I don't think he would show up with
His
how
health
he is.
problems,
Yeah, he's still, obviously battling what he's battling. So yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things where it's like, yeah, it would have been cool, but at the same time, I'm glad that a lot of the voice actors are there, and you better believe that Kevin Conroy would have 100%.
Oh, absolutely. It's not even a question.
He would have probably given the acceptance speech.
Probably. I mean, it sucks that you see the dude there, and it's like it's just some cosplayer in like a Batman costume, and it's like it would have been but it's cool, but it's like they had to do something, and it was still cool.
Yeah.
It's still cool.
Get all the voice actors to accept it on his behalf. It's like, which one's Batman? Why does they look like Batman?
Yeah.
Well, I like that they were all simultaneous. Like, yeah, this is Kevin would have for sure been here, and we're here for him, right? Like that was cool. Like, I saw Jason O'Mara's post, I saw Jim Lee's post, I saw the official Batman's post on it, like the official Batman Instagram account. And then I saw Dietrich Bader as well. Like, they all just had so many pictures and so much just gleefulness to it. It was really cool. It was cool to see all that, especially like as a Batman fan, and being a fan of all of them for different reasons was just really awesome.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I'm definitely predicting that next year, Superman's going to get his, and I think they'll probably work it into the release of Superman. Which, good. You need it. Superman needs all the help it can to have a promotion and everything, regardless of how anybody feels about it. I mean, I there's a lot riding on it. There's definitely a lot riding on it. And, when it comes to the DCU and, and again, James Gunn did post that thing that he lost a friend,
right?
The alcoholism, which, you never want to see that. And, and it's cool when you actually, I mean, obviously there's going to be some, wacky people out there, but fuck those people. But for the most part, I just love that people are like, hey, even though I might not like this guy, but it's like, I saw people going, oh, that sucks, put all your differences aside kind of thing.
Like,
and, I like the fact that he said, he put a message out there to, I mean, as I'm, of course, drinking wine, but of course it's not that out of control. Yeah. Alcoholism can be bad for sure. So if you if you get to a point where it's like, Jesus Christ, reach out. I
mean, I saw that post literally like right after the news of the whole Bane Deathstroke thing getting announced.
Oh yeah.
Because I was immediately like, oh, I wonder if he would, confirm or deny or whatever. And then I saw that post. I was like, oh, he's not confirming or denying anything today. No.
Not today. If he lost a friend.
I even said on my show, I was like, look, if you're gonna badger and bother him on that post about anything movie related, you're a fucking asshole. Straight up.
And I'm sure there were some of them today.
Oh, there was.
For sure. There were.
There was, but it was immediately James Gunn responded to one of the something a little thing that happened in there, and he did it in a very good way, to be honest. So it's nothing, it's just one of those things like, address it and then move on and whatever. But like, again, it's shit. We were just talking about Cape shit movies here, right, guys? It's not that serious when it comes to things. But that's what it is. But Batman has a star. I got to go visit it one of these days. I've seen the Adam West one. I don't remember exactly where it is, but that the Hollywood Walk of Fame is, I mean, it's all over that part, right? All over everywhere right there. I mean, it's right in front of where the Egyptian Theater, where all the Netflix screenings are. Yeah, there's stars right there, and they're all over the place. But I'm like, I know I've seen the Adam West one, but I don't know exactly where it is. But I'm sure there's a lot of people that are going to be visiting that star for a bit. Just like, I think the statue is cooler, to be honest. The one
I was about to say, I said, if I had a choice, I'd choose the statue.
Yeah, choose the statue. The statue is in such a weird place, thoh.
It's like right in the dead center of Burbank.
Yeah, it's in the middle of like a small yet big shopping center.
Yeah,
like there's like
I expect you to say like it's in the middle of a strip mall between a Waffle House and a Panda Express.
Well, it's got like a Starbucks off to one corner. It's got like a movie theater up the way. Because the thing is like we saw it the Sunday to go see the Snyder Cut, and the thing is like there's an IMAX theater literally right behind it, and they had Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 stuff plastered all above it. It was like this
in a weird spot. Yeah, because you walk into this, it's like It's like it's a plaza of like restaurants, shops, and a movie theater, and it's like 3 or 4 stories high. So it's small, but it goes upwards. That's the thing. It's like a small area. And then because it was funny because I saw it before, full circle. I remember me and my ex when we went to go see the Warner Brothers tour. Before we it was on a Sunday that we were going, so we got there on Saturday, spent the night, and then the next morning we're like going to go on the tour, and then we're like, oh, let's it's in Warner Brothers is in Burbank, so we go to this shopping plaza or whatever. I knew about the statue, I didn't know where it was. We're like, all right, yeah, let's go to the I think it was what's that place called? The Yard House. Yard House is right there, and we're like, hey, let's get some lunch, and before we go to the tour, we walk right around the corner, and sure enough, there's the fucking statue. I was like, oh shit, this is where the statue is. What? I'm like looking around, like they put it here. What the hell? I thought it was gonna be in more of like a not so closed in kind of like area. It was like it was just so random, and you just walk around the corner about to go to this Yard House right here, and there's the fucking Jim Lee Batman statue, and I was like, well, that's cool. I guess I was like, sweet, interesting spot.
Then they put the Wonder Woman statue in like a really awkward spot too. It's like on a building way up above somewhere. I don't remember where exactly, but it's
I don't remember where it was either, but yeah, they put it some. I mean, hey, we're not the ones making the decisions for where they put these statues, but they're cool statues, at least. But yeah, if you were gonna visit Chris or something, go visit the statue. It's so much cooler. There's so many stars. I mean, you see them, you're like, oh, that's cool. Oh, that's cool.
That's an interesting thing I found out. I was curious a couple of years ago. I said, how do you get one of those stars? It doesn't take much.
No, it doesn't.
It's like I think someone's got to sponsor you, and it's got to be signed off by whatever committee, and you just pay a fee, and you got it. It's really not that difficult.
It's not that difficult, but then it's funny because then it's when you hear like, oh yeah, Michael Keaton got his star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and you go, wait, he's like 71, 72. He just now got it. So like when you hear about some of these actors or actresses that get them, you're like, they don't already have one. It's always like a weird thing, but it seems like now it's being used as promotion because I mean, like I said, Michael Keaton got it before Beetlejuice came out.
Well, you just gotta wonder. It's like for those bigger stars, like how much you can only put it so many different places at that point. Like
very
I joke
true.
around. Like
very true.
Michael Keaton's in front of the strip club. It's
pretty much. And it's weird because, like I said, everybody's just walking all over these things. I mean, it's not like it's you look down and you go, oh yeah, there's Bob Barker, cool.
Yeah.
And then there's it's all over the place, and you're just walking across it. You don't even really think about it unless you really take the time. And then if you do that, you're just going to be in somebody's way because then you're going to stop and being like, ooh, and then somebody's like, get the fuck out of the way, I'm trying to get by, because everybody's trying to walk. So it's like
Tobey Maguire, get out of my way.
Yes, exactly. I mean, it's pretty much like that because if you're standing there trying to walk and look at all the names, you're going to disrupt people who are just trying to get to a point A to point B kind of situation. So that's the thing, when it comes to the Hollywood Walk of Fame. And like I said, it's so scattered. And I'm sure it's an honor, but at the same time, I'm sure a lot of people probably just don't care. At one point, it was probably something cool. But now it's just kind of, all right, there it is.
Whatevs.
It's that. So I don't know, but yeah. So when it comes to tonight and Deathstroke and Bane, this news right here, how we feeling?
I mean, I'm all down for Deathstroke, but I mean, I'm not saying it's against Bane. I was just like that of all the combos. I was like, all right. I mean. When you got into it, it's like one paragraph and that was it. The rest of it was like a history of both characters. So
that's what they have to do to fill up those fucking articles
because they don't have much there at that point saying. But like everything, it's like it's in development. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, and it may turn into something completely different.
Yeah. I mean, I share the same sentiment because like I kind of posit this in the same category as the Teen Titans movie. That's, apparently happening that James Gunn hasn't debunked, right? Like it's a thing that's like late in early development, but it's not in superb active development. Like it's one of those things where it's like they have it on a list of things that is potentially to happen. I will say that just the idea of having Bane and Deathstroke teaming up against something that's the question. Like what character or what force do you put those two up against to make it a worthwhile story?
Kite Man.
Or do you put them up against each other?
Or do you put them up against each other? Right. Like that is the question. I mean, for me, my immediate first thought was, well, if you have like the guy who broke the bat and then the guy who can take on the bat, who do you have them face off against? And they're both not necessarily immortal or invincible per se, but they're pretty, terrifying and intimidating foes who, more often than not, they have been written as, hired assassins or, mercenaries who would be a good enough contract for both of them to try and take out what probably, maybe, at least to me, the first thought I had was like the most unkillable person, Vandal Savage.
Yeah.
See, you just brought up a good idea for a story of like them fighting each other to get a certain hit.
Yep.
And then you go, oh, who hired both of them? And then of course there's that whole thing. Watch it be Batman. Batman hires them both, or something like that. He tests them both and try to, and somehow that's how he gets both. I do love it though that when I saw like people, even like when the Hollywood Reporter posted it, it's just funny to me because when they show both their characters, they of course use Tom Hardy's character, like his fucking image, and then they just use the comic book image.
Yeah.
But I'm like, this version of Bane is not the Bane, it's just Christopher Nolan's version. This is not the Bane that is from the comic book that they will likely use. It's just, but at the same time, I get it because it's Dark Knight Rises, it's Christopher Nolan, it's Tom Hardy, and people are going to recognize that, I guess. But it's just funny that I've been seeing a lot of like they use Tom Hardy's image and then they'll just use like a comic book image, even though we have we've had a couple live action versions of Deathstroke, and it's like you don't want to use those, especially. I mean, Joe Mang and his fucking armor and everything that looked like, you use that shit, guys. Come on, looks fucking cool. And apparently Joe Mang, did you guys see that video with him and Zach?
Yeah,
where they were nerding out at Geek, and Joe Mang says, I got the Deathstroke helmet. And I love how Zach was like, that's not nerdy, that's just cool. It's like, yeah, that's just really cool. And it's like, I love it when Joe Mang didn't get to fucking get his Deathstroke movie or even the Batfleck movie, but he got to keep, that at least. And it's like, that's something, even though it was like a small scene that had so much potential for so much more. Yeah. But, the fact that he got to keep the helmet, I mean, that's cool. I mean, it wasn't one of those, oh, I stole it. I think it was like, hey, here you go. Just like Ben Affleck has the BVS suit displayed. He's admitted that. He's got that thing displayed somewhere. He's got that thing. God knows where it's at right now. Hopefully J-Lo didn't get it. Sorry.
No, I doubt it.
I'm keeping your bat suit. That would suck.
He'd be like, the fuck you are.
Yeah, like what? Why would you do that? Yeah.
No, he'll just be he'll be like the Dunkin' Donuts thing. Just take it. I don't care.
Yeah,
we'll get you out of here, please.
Not even gonna fight with you, good lord. But and then it's when it comes to this movie, apparently it's going to be written by Matthew Orton, the scribe of Captain America: Brave New World. All right, so we have a writer too. So that's what's interesting about this whole thing is like, we're not going to hear anything from James Gunn. Obviously, with everything that's happened with his friend and everything, he's probably, we're not going to hear anything from him. If anything, we'll hear about it Monday or Tuesday or whatever the fuck.
I'd be surprised if he even comments on it in general, just because
he might
sounds like that's so early in the process.
Same deal with Titans.
It's the same thing like when it comes to Teen Titans. And you never know. This could be working with Teen Titans. Let's face it, Deathstroke has been known to be the antagonist for the Teen Titans at one time or another, right? So, there's so many things. And then, like I said, there's people that are saying like it could be for the Secret Six. It could be, there's numerous possibilities. The thing that I like is I like the fact that it seems like if this is actually going to be a thing, it's actually going to be something it could be something really cool and very low budget, and could just be like a you know, something that it's like, oh yeah, if you make it like this, I think people might, you know, get a kick out of it. If it's like a versus, like I liked your idea, what you said, Phil. It was like they're going after the same target, and it's not a normal human target. It is somebody like a Vandal Savage or something like that. I mean, that might be like crazy, but I would still be fucking cool. They went after him, but yeah, it could be something like that. And you know, I mean, the fact of the matter is like we can't just have the same superhero stories and same comic book kind of stories. You have to like try, and you know what the Joker and a lot of, you know, just even Batman in general. Batman has the best rogues gallery. I mean, he does. Yeah. So you have to utilize it for whatever you can. Keep the budgets low. I mean, that's why it was stupid that they didn't go with Joe Mang's fucking Deathstroke, because that would have been super low budget. You have what, Gareth Edwards?
They literally had proof of concept.
They totally had
Gareth Evans.
Something. Yeah, they totally had something there. But of course, this is that old regime that was just had fuck all. No, they were trying to make Michael Keaton the main fucking Batman of some multiverse kind of weird story that just didn't work. That screwed over Batgirl, you know. Yeah. So, but I'm like, all right. So now that they have, you know, James Gunn, who has a unique knowledge of all this stuff, regardless of how anybody feels about him, it's like he does have a unique knowledge. So, for him to want to just be like, well, let's try. We have to try something different. And, you know, with him wanting to do the Authority and maybe doing a Teen Titans, and then, hey, before we do get into a full-on Batman, maybe we can lead up to Batman by using his rogues gallery a little bit, and let's have a movie that has Bane and Deathstroke pitting against each other, you know? And I'm like, hey, why not?
Right. Mm-hmm. You know, more power to him. I mean, the thing that kind of feels plausible to me about this is there was at one point, like, Deathstroke was potentially going to be part of his Suicide Squad film. He had concept art of the character there. Mm-hmm. So, and he even told Joe Manganiello, like, you know, don't worry about putting on the suit again. I'm paraphrasing, but, you know, he basically told him, you know, don't worry about it. Like, you're not Deathstroke anymore, basically. So I feel like he wants to use those kinds of characters, those popular characters. As far as Bane's concerned, you know, that character hasn't been seen in live action in over a decade. And it's kind of high time that, like, you know, that character kind of gets his live action due. I mean, for a long time, Batista was campaigning to play the character, but now he's a little aged out of it.
He won't be doing it now. Yeah,
no, sure. I could see him doing more like a Hugo Strange or a Vandal.
Dude, he would be so good for Hugo Strange.
Right? Yeah,
especially the way he's looking right now. Absolutely.
Fuck yeah,
absolutely.
And I mean that in a very respectful way. He looks exactly like Hugo Strange right now.
No, he does. He does.
Yeah, and like, I don't know, just the whole prospect of this movie is like to your point. Like you have to do something a little bit different and kind of off the cuff with this stuff, because, you know, look at how the latter half of the DC Extended Universe just fell flat on its face. Shazam was a by the books typical sequel of a comic book film with, you know, no name, nothing burger fucking villains. And don't get me wrong, I love Helen Mirren, I love Lucy Liu. Like, they were great in the movie, but their characters meant SFA to like hardcore fans like, you know, us.
Yeah,
and that was
who are they?
Yeah, exactly. That was the disappointment.
But then they were villains?
Yeah.
Right. And like, you get something like Blue Beetle, which is, you know, it's good for what it is, but it's still just like a spin on the superhero origin story everyone's so accustomed to. And then you get like the Flash, which is way too big for its britches and tries to do too much at once. And then you get something like Aquaman and Lost Kingdom, which is just straight up studio meddling left and right. Oh, it's like, we need to do something different. I think, and believe me, I'm saying this as a critical person of James Gunn.
Yeah, that's what I like, is the fact that you are saying this. Yeah.
And it's like, you know, give the guy his due. I mean, am I really looking forward to a Superman movie? I can't really say that confidently, but at the same time, it's like, you know, let the guy make his fucking shit. Like, let him be, you know, the Kevin Feige is to the MCU. Like, let him
He's
be
the guy, so let's see what he has, you know?
Give it, you know, we always say we want to see different things. So, I mean, I like all these ideas out there that they're even trying to do a villains team up, a villains, you know, whatever you want to call them, facing down each other. You know, why not try it? what's the worst that can happen? It's going to flop. Well, guess what? We've lived with that. So it's not the worst thing in the world.
Right.
But the question is, too, is like when it comes to, I mean, obviously Deathstroke, you know, we've seen, I mean, but it's funny, too, because remember, like Joe Manganiello did talk about, I mean, and I'm kind of wondering what the response would have been to it. I mean, he essentially said that he wasn't going to approach his Deathstroke as the comic book Deathstroke so much. Like it was more of like, yeah, he's like strong and he's fast and he's like Batman's ultimate foe, but at the same time they weren't really going to lean into the whole superhuman aspect of it, which I know was like, you know, it's like but maybe you should a little bit. I mean, it's not like Deathstroke is like, I mean, well, so obviously they're going to be doing that with James Gunn's universe, but then you go, oh well, they have to do that with Bane. So when you have a character like Bane that takes in the venom and then just so they're going to have to, the thing I think about is like, are you just going to cast a big guy or are you going to have to take some liberties and some VFX, you know? That's the thing.
And also, I mean, everything's kind of mirroring and borrowing things too. I mean, this would be a great idea to kind of look at what the John Wick series has done. I mean, and kind of look at that in the sense of assassin versus assassin. You know, Bane may be the bulky, maybe all bulk, but one of the things Bane is a tactician. He's got an amazing intellect to kind of think 20 moves ahead. And same thing with Deathstroke, except he's a agile combatant, while Bane's just a brawler.
God damn it. See, now the more we talk about this, I'm just seeing this really cool, like I didn't even think about until Phil said, like, you know, hey, and you know, it's Phil's ass right there. So no, but it's just like the fact that he said, like, yeah, well, what if they're going after the same mark? And I'm like, oh, now I'm going, oh shit, that would be fucking sweet.
Now, do we want to keep Waller being the one who's making him do it?
Yes. She's probably going to be involved, if anything. But then it's like, and then where does Batman get involved? I mean, that's the thing. It's like one of those things where it's like, you know, we already know there's going to be a Batman movie. There's potentially a Teen Titans movie. So it's like there's all this kind of stuff in there. You good, man?
Yeah, I was looking for something for reference because you mentioned like the kind of story that Joe wanted to do, and immediately I just came to mind with the Deathstroke Terminator run, from Marv Wolfman, and like this is even the book where he fucking goes toe to toe with Batman in a one-on-one and throws him off the clock tower.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And like that's kind of the Deathstroke that, you know, personally I'd love to see, where you don't really focus too much on the superhuman aspect of it, but just like the trial and tribulation that Slade Wilson goes through as a character, you know, being kind of a garbage father to his kids and just being this solo mercenary. That's
what I would like to say. I'm down for a Deathstroke solo movie. I don't think you need a character like Bane necessarily for it. But again, the Deadline had put out some. Let me see if I can find it, because they had a follow-up to it. Made it.
I thought THR broke the story.
No, they did break the story, but
the Deadline always has like a follow-up to it.
Oh, okay. I didn't see Deadline's
so it says
follow-up.
exact plot details are still uncertain, and sources also stress the two characters would be in the movie, but it's unclear if they would be the central figures of the project.
See, that's the thing. So it's like it's so up in the air, but just the fact of the matter of those two names are being put out there, and I think, you know, I mean, again. Yeah, I mean, but if you're going to get like a Bane, we got to get like a true Bane. But at the same time, it's like, you know, I mean, we've seen like these iterations of Bane, and the main thing is like him just, you know, when he takes that venom in and he gets all big, it's like, are you going to have to take some liberties with like special effects? Because it's like, how do you get, you know, you can't fucking, unless you're just going to try to hire like the biggest guy possible, but he has to act too. And you should probably have it, you know, have his ethnicity be to what, you know, Bane is.
South American.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's just like one of those things where it's like, that's where I'm just kind of wondering is like, where do they go with Bane? Because that's Deathstroke is one thing. You don't have to, he doesn't, you know, have to be all huge. He's got to be a big dude for sure, but not like Bane.
I think, you know, you always bring up a great point when it comes to James Gunn's Superman movie. Hopefully finding a balance between like Man of Steel and the Superman 78 film. I feel like if we're going to see Bane in like a fully fledged lived in DC universe. And again, you know, this is encompassing like a Batman who has a young Robin who is his son. So if you go by like, you know, canonical traditional continuity, by that point his back would have already been broken and he's healed from that. So Bane's already been established as had doing that. So to me, I feel like you kind of need to find a common ground between like the intellect and ferocity that Tom Hardy had, but then like, you know, some of the visual cues that Jeep Swanson had in Batman and Robin. Like you want to take like the best of both worlds and kind of put them into one. But, you know, this is all entirely speculation.
It is. I mean, and then I'm seeing even in the chat that somebody said that James Gunn responded this is a while ago, that he would like to do the Secret Six.
Yeah.
So it could just be a Secret Six kind of thing, which then that would include like a Deadshot. And
how about this? I've been seeing this go around. You know, we already had him in consideration for Green Lantern. What about Timothy Olyphant for Deathstroke?
That's what some people have been saying. I've been seeing that. I could see it. I mean, you know, I like the guy, but yeah, he could very well be that too. Yeah, I could totally see that. But yeah, people have put his name out there, and I think he would bring to the character justice. But the Bane one's going to be like the hardest thing. Like I'm just kind of going like, how do you approach Bane? Just because of, you know, he is a character that is human, but then of course he does something that is like that no human can really endure. you know, it's like, that's the thing. It's like he has size, and that's one of the main reasons. I mean, when you see that iconic cover or that image of him just breaking Batman's back over his knee, I mean, you just see how gigantic this dude is, and it's not like he's paranormal and it's that aspect, but it is like, you know, it's touching that in a way, because it is supposed to be a normal guy that just hits a button and all of a sudden, and you're not going to do fucking Batman and Robin.
Yeah.
Ugh. I saw behind the scenes of that. I feel sorry for that actor. Holy shit.
Oh, Jeep Swanson.
Yeah, I saw like a clip. I don't know why, like my algorithm on YouTube is now showing me clips from just like behind the scenes of all the Batman movies now, which is, I guess, is because I posted my Batman. I don't know. They just know me. They're like, hey, you're gonna want this, and it showed like the guy.
Do you like Batman?
Well, you are gonna love this,
right?
And then of course they talked about like how he had to like go through, you know, obviously because they didn't just make him. He wasn't just big and put on the mask and the costume. They made his skin green and veiny. Yeah. So he had to like do all that kind of stuff. And it's just like, poor guy. But at the same time, I'm sure at the time he didn't give a shit. He probably doesn't give a shit now. You know, it was something that he did.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Bane's going to be the tougher one to crack.
Yes.
Of the two characters. That I think is pretty abundant. Also, like just even thinking about hearing you talk about it, like how big that panel is, it is also a piece of its time, because it was 1993. Everything was drawn like super big and super like max and super metal and super just fucking over. I wouldn't say over exaggerated, but just like kind of over the top in a way. I think Jim Aparo did do that spread. I think I could be wrong about that, but that look specifically from 497 is supposed to convey just like how just monstrous Bane is. And I feel like
the breaking of that.
Yeah.
No, I think that was Kelly Jones.
You're right. I think it was Kelly Jones. You're absolutely right. Because Aparo, I think, did like the covers for.
You're right. It's definitely around the same time, because he was kind of going back and forth. That's
right
with it.
Yeah. Because Aparo was the artist on a lot of the Batman stuff back then. We talked about, you know, Death of the Family and whatnot on World's Finest True Believers, and also, you know, like that. Who better to do that spread than, you know, the famous Kelly Jones, who's just notorious for drawing characters in such a massive
big
scale.
Ears,
giant bad ears, muscular fucking giant Bane. Yeah. Bane's gonna be a tough one to crack. I don't even know if there's like a, you know, an actor, you know, who's of that caliber. I don't know.
It's gonna be interesting to see how that gets approached in this universe. But if they have an idea where they just kind of, I mean, if it's gonna be partial VFX, partial like, you know, prosthetics, could be that too. But I mean, if like you could just get a big guy And, you know, when he's just normal, that's fine. But then when he starts, you know, kicking in that venom, that's where, you know, and then of course there was people that were questioning too. And this is what's funny about what's happening right now when it comes to DCU stuff is people are going like, wait, so when it comes to these movies, is this part of Matt Reeves' universe or is this? And it's like, well, I think we can guess that it's not part of Matt Reeves' universe. But then people are going,
very ambiguous.
Yeah, but then because there's been rumors that like, oh yeah, what is Matt Reeves gonna like utilize when it comes to his universe? And I think at one point there was actually a Bane, you know, and of course there's always rumors about Mr. Freeze, and you know, everybody's just kind of just going, everything's just so up in the air. I mean, it's fun always to talk about, but at the same time, it's like, man, we're just waiting and waiting and waiting to finally get. I mean, you know, when it comes to Matt Reeves, I'm like, I just want to know who the fuck are like the added villains to your next, you know, that's the thing, because obviously they don't want to do the sharing villains thing because with the DCU, and I'm sure there's a lot of, I don't know, like, you know, when it comes to behind the scenes, even though at the same time they could have two different versions for sure. I mean, they're going to have to, if you want to have any kind of the rogues gallery in the DCU, you're going to have like your Riddlers, Penguins, and Jokers, but you have to make it more. Obviously, James Gunn's going to make it very comic booky, and you know, Matt Reeves is just kind of injecting realism into the comic book kind of thing. I saw somebody actually say that on Twitter the other day. It's kind of similar to what Kevin Smith said about, like, you know, how Nolan was bringing Batman into reality and Matt Reeves was bringing reality into Batman. And I was like, yeah, I saw somebody going like, yeah, they're injecting realism into the Batman world. It's like they want to ground him, but they're doing it in his world as opposed to making him real in the real world. And I'm like, yeah, similar kind of what he said right there. And I like that. I like that that's what Matt Reeves is doing. And I'm just kind of like going, all right, so when it gets to the two fantastical characters, is like, how do you inject that realism in there? And when there was like a rumor that there's possibly a use of Bane, I was like, yeah, I don't know if you can actually, I don't know what he could actually do with that. I think he would actually have to do the Clayface or Mr. Freeze aspect and everything. So I don't know. It's
so
just
actually
so much Batman, and I love it.
I looked up which actors of, you know, Hispanic descent would be a solid fit, and I went for something over 6 feet tall, and there's only a handful of actors who fit that bill almost to a T. And I think the one I landed on, I personally would not mind seeing. I'm looking at another one right now, but the one that immediately comes to mind is Javier Bardem.
Yeah, well, I saw some more people already say Javier Bardem, but he's up there in age too. That's the thing. It's like, so I don't know if that, I mean, he would be, yes. I mean, obviously he's a phenomenal actor. We love him. And at one point, I've seen him. I mean, I've seen him being fan cast as others too. But at the same time, it's like, what did I also see? I think I saw him also fan cast as Vandal Savage at one point, and and you know, he's always been up there. But Bane has been up there too. But at the same time, I'm like, man, this is advanced age. I don't know about that. Same with Batista, because Batista would have been perfect back in 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years ago. I mean, he's like so perfect. He would be perfect for that. But I know that's going to be a difficult task. But I mean, you got to do your vetting and you find a new star. You could easily maybe find a new star. And like I said, this movie doesn't. If this movie is actually going to be a thing where it's actually these two pitted against each other or teaming up, it's like you don't have to pour too much into the budget. You know, you're gonna have to put $60-70 million.
But you can't. You don't have to spend $230 million on something, and
you don't have to have like some big name or anything like that. So
Wagner Moore would be a good choice too.
Wagner Moore, who is that?
So he was in Civil War. He was the male journalist, and he's also Pablo Escobar in Narcos.
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about now.
I was watching the movie, I was like, God, where do I know him from? Throughout the whole movie until I got out, and it's like, yep, that's it.
Yeah, he's great. He's also 5'11". Like, you could use trickery to make him look bigger. I mean,
Tom Hardy's 5'8".
Yeah,
Tom Hardy's 5'8", 5'9". So, and they made him look gigantic.
They made him look taller than Christian Bale. Christian Bale's 6'2".
Yeah,
Mhm.
he had big boots, and then of course just the way you film it too. I mean, that's the thing. Is like, I remember it was like, when I found that out, I was like, what? Tom Hardy is like only like 5'8", 5'9". I was like, well, shit. Made me feel better because I'm a short guy, but it's just that's the way it is. It's like, yeah, they could, if you have the right actor, and you could take those liberties to the fact that it's like, yeah, if you want to make them, but it's just, I just kind of wonder, is like, how do you approach the whole Venom aspect, and how when he gets all big and huge and bulging, it's like, what do you do with that? How do you approach that? That's the first thing I think about, because no matter what, it's going to cost some money. And I mean, I think like the best approach would be to do like a prosthetic / VFX kind of thing, where it's like you're not totally relying on VFX, so then it looks really bad, and then you have partially some prosthetics, which then of course can help. I mean, one of the biggest thing, I mean, even just looking at the Penguin, it's like the draw of the Penguin is the fact that, well, not the entire draw. No, I mean, there's still good writing and still whatever, but we've only seen one episode. But I mean, obviously, just from people who've seen the whole thing, and even just the character itself, I mean, what draws you there is the fact that it's Colin fucking Farrell underneath all that. This good-looking Irish dude who's been good-looking all his life. He was like the fucking it dude. In the early 2000s, mid 2000s, he was like the guy. And
Tigerland.
Yes.
Daredevil.
And then, Tigerland, Daredevil. And then, of course, Minority Report was like his big, huge movie, that put him really on the map. And then, of course, you had The Recruit. I love The Recruit. That's a great movie. I don't care. Have you guys seen The Recruit?
It's just fun.
It's one of those. It's not anything that's like, groundbreaking, but it's just a fun espionage. Oh, you caught me, hand in the cookie jar. You have like fucking Al Pacino doing his Al Pacino thing,
doubling down on what all the memes.
Like, you're young, you're agile. He's like, just the way, it's just Al Pacino doing his thing. It's just a fucking entertaining movie. And like I said, he was just always that guy. And then of course now he's trying to take on these roles. But it's just, I think that's just, that adds to it when it's not just an actor that's putting on a costume and a mask. Now, this is now what Matt Reeves, and I think like he just was like, yeah, we got to do it like this. Because I think even Colin Farrell was like, what? You want me to do what now? Like you want me to Penguin, but you want me to like be like that kind of Penguin? I think it's like, I think Matt Reeves really kind of evolved the CBM in a way where it's like, yeah, you can have like these actors who are these A-listers who are studs or, good looking, and you can ugly them up with prosthetics. It doesn't have to just be a costume. You can like do something where it just adds to it, because I don't know how many times I've shown people in real life, friends and family. I'm like, especially when he got cast and we got our first image of him, I was like, I would be like, do you know who that is? And they'd be like, no. I'm like, Colin Farrell. And they're like, no, it's not. Yes, it is. I swear to fucking God. And it just adds to it because he's completely transforming. And that's why I think he's going to get nominated for all kinds of awards for the Penguin. I mean, just going by that first episode, it was just like, we got a good amount in the Batman, but man, just the fact that he has to lead this episode and we're seeing more to him. For fuck's sake, we saw him naked on a chair in the first episode.
Who had that on their bingo card for watching this series? and then finding out something nobody was really asking about it with the prosthetic, but why not? Let's make it all. There's
a Penguin.
Is there a deleted scene we're supposed to be getting at that point? I'm not saying if you want it, that's great, but I didn't need to know that. But right on, if we're going that fully realistic.
I know, and then it was funny too, because I remember I talked about that on Film Junkie Live. And it was just because I saw the tweet from like Discussing Film or something like that. But then when I wanted to cut that out into a video, I was like, there's got to be video of this. And the only video I found was on the website, was like for Epic something, I don't know. And where it wasn't the same thing, but I was like, that was the only like live thing. And then it was just funny hearing Colin talk about it, because even, I mean, he was having like fun with it, where to the point where it was like, it was kind of embarrassing, but he was also making a joke out of it at the same time. But he said it was just to cover all bases, because it's like when you're naked on a chair, you know, and you're wearing this complete, because obviously when Colin Farrell is got the suit on, the bodysuit is just, there's no skin or hair. It's not that detailed, because that would be insane if they actually did that. If you're covered up, he's just wearing a fat suit that is made out of, you know, cotton and fucking polyester or whatever the fuck, just as long as it looks good in the suit. But when you're actually full on naked, he had to like get into like a full on prosthetic bodysuit that had hair and its skin and its, you know, nipple and belly button and all this kind of stuff. It's like, why not just go, just in case you want to go this far? And he's sitting in the chair. We have a penis. We have a penguin penis just in case we need it, you know. And it's just the
discussions in the room saying, okay, we're doing this scene, you know, what else do we need? You know, that right there, Johnny, you got it.
We got the penguin penis. Oh man, that had to be a fun discussion.
Yeah, his penis is probably Johnny Gobbs.
But I mean, that's the thing. But you gotta love that detail. That's the thing.
Do they have him waddling onto set like in?
What a good touch! Like what a
robe
on. What a good touch of just.
Did someone tell him, "Take it easy, sweetheart"?
Yeah. Don't move or it's gonna fall off. You know, don't move too. You know, it's like, oh man, yeah. I mean, yeah. But at the same time, this is what it's all about, and this is what I think is evolving the comic book genre. And, you know, and mark my words, is like the fact that the Penguin is definitely doing that. And one of the biggest draws, this would not have as much as a draw if it was like a guy who just looked like how Oz was supposed to look, like how Matt Reeves. He could have just hired an actor. That was that. Yeah. And it's like, yeah, you could just do that and you wouldn't have to have too many prosthetics. Maybe there would be some added stuff to him, like the scar on his face and everything like that. Maybe make the nose a little bit different. But the fact of the matter is that it's Colin Farrell. It just adds so much more to it. And he absolutely transforms into the role. I mean, the voice is, you could barely hear Colin Farrell. I mean, he just disappears. He absolutely disappears. This is like a role that actors love. They love to do this. We've seen it many times where, I mean, Gary Oldman, when he did Churchill, you just, you know, you dive into the prosthetics. I mean,
or just Gary Oldman's entire career.
Fucking A, dude. True. That guy always.
I mean, really.
He's always trying to disappear into a role. I mean, look what happened with Brendan Fraser with The Whale.
Oh my God. I just watched that for the first time
isn't it?
A month ago. It's so good.
It's like, I mean, fucking A, dude. That movie just makes you just go, oh my God. I mean, like the whole time you're just like, your heart's like breaking the entire time.
Yeah.
And then, you know.
Well, him jumping in that role is just so much more than him just jumping into, like, you know, a fat suit essentially, right? Like he's got, not only is he playing this, you know, obese, overweight man, but he's also got the you know, the performance of being like a, you know, a garbage father, a gay man, and just like all this rolled into one character, a very emotional character, but also just a very, like, you know, sad character in his own right, who's being taken care of by Hong Chow of all people. You know, let's not forget Dr. Ozymandias' daughter from Watchmen. Like, holy shit. Like, that movie to me was just like the definition of heartbreaking, because you're just watching this man's life just completely crumble before your eyes up until the very end, where, you know, he helps his daughter figure a thing out, and then, like, you know, you get the, you know, the whole reference of the whale. It's such a damn good A24 movie. Like, A24 is so good at putting out quality lately. Holy shit.
Yeah. Even there are ones that are just okay. It's not the home run. It's still better than some things that the main studios put out.
Have either of you guys seen The Iron Claw?
I still haven't seen it yet.
I've been trying.
I've heard nothing but good things, and I mean, from what I gathered, I'm like, that should have been nominated for all kinds.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh my God, Zac Efron is a fucking actor in that movie. Holy fucking shit. That is like the best role I've ever seen him take on. That movie is so damn good. Holy shit. Like I cannot give that movie praise enough.
And that's the thing, is like these actors who, like, you know, especially when they're known for certain roles. I mean, again, you go to Colin Farrell. I mean, like I said, when he hit the when we first started knowing about him, I mean, obviously when his role in Minority Report was my first introduction to him, and he wasn't like trying to be a stud. He was just like the opposite to Tom Cruise, and he did a very good job. But then all of a sudden he started being like that leading man, you know, stud dude. And I think SWAT's a great movie too. That's another one of those fun, like fucking mid 2000 movies where it's just like, it's based on, you know, an old TV show, and it's got Sam Jackson in it. It's just like that kind of just that fun action movie. It's got a good story. Jeremy Renner, you know, being the bad guy and stuff. It's just
in that one. Yeah.
It's just a good movie. Michelle Rodriguez, LL Cool J. It's just a great ensemble, but you know, obviously he's the lead. So it's just, you know, yeah, that's always fun because obviously that parlayed his career, and it was just like, all right, so that's Colin Farrell. It's that guy because, you know, but then it's like you get to a point where just like McConaughey, where he was like that too. And it's like, all right, now I got to start doing some challenging things where I have to literally transform. And, you know, Colin Farrell said that I think he said after he's done the whole, like he was in The Lobster, he gained like 40 pounds. He's done like the you know, losing weight, gaining weight thing. And that fucked him up a little bit, just like it's done with Tom Hardy. Same thing.
And Bale,
fucked up his body. Bale's done it too. And it's like they can only do so much. And I think I even read, well, you know, recently too, where it's like Colin Farrell, you know, there was like a thought of like, should I gain the weight for the Penguin and just try to do it like that? And then it was like, nah, he actually dropped weight and then just, you know, because I think he was coming off the, you know, obviously he did The Lobster and he still had some weight on him. I read that he dropped about 30, 40 pounds even before he took on the Penguin for the Batman, because he was already like a little hefty from like the Lobster movie that came out like 3 or 4 years ago. So, you know, but it was like, well, I could just like, you know, keep eating again and do it. But he apparently had some complications, some health complications when it came to that. So he was like, fuck that. You know, but then at the same time, you're putting on a hot bodysuit, and we heard his comments too, where he was just like, at the end of the shoot, he was just like, "Fucking fuck this!
I'm ready for a break."
Yes, but the thing, though, that's what he needed. He needed a break, and I think like seeing the reception of all this, he's like, "Yeah, I'll gladly do it again." Do I think there's going to be a Penguin season 2? No, I think it's just one of those. Soon. I think like what I'm hoping is that it all continues, that it's like, all right, this leads into the Batman 2, and then Catwoman's a part of the Batman 2, and then we see more of her backstory and what she's been doing in like Bloodhaven, because she said she was going there in the first Batman. So maybe we get some, you know, tie-in, so like what she's been doing and then what she ends up going to do, and they do a Catwoman series.
Catwoman of East End.
Yeah, there you go. You could do something like, you could do something where it's like you have anything right here where it's like, oh, I follow her next, and then I don't know, they could do so much with Matt Reeves' universe where we could tell these kind of stories.
Matt Reeves is.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say real quick, like Matt Reeves is really inspired by his mentor Jeff Loeb, and I was kind of not really under the impression, but like one thing that came to mind was Catwoman When in Rome, because that's kind of part of that whole long Halloween saga that he's pulled heavily from. But that's kind of where my mind went.
I mean, one of the things the Penguin shows is that you don't have to have, Batman doesn't have to be associated with this. It's good writing. Yes. It's an intriguing story at that point.
Good writing and a very likable. I mean, he's a very
intriguing. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, but at the same time, it's like now all of a sudden I'm rooting for fucking, you know, Oz, and it's just the way that he talks, and then you start feeling for him, like literally the first episode. You see him like take off his shoe, and you see why he walks the way he walks. You see his fucked up foot.
Oh, there's a story behind that too.
Yes, exactly. So there's all this like intrigue, I guess you could say, and that's what you have to build up with some of this stuff. And I think. Just like, I think the Penguin series is going to evolve a lot of this stuff where people just start going, the people that just go fucking comic books, comic book movies, and what the fuck are we doing? But then they're gonna like, you see something like the Penguin, you go, wait, they literally called the Penguin. I'm watching this going, what are we doing? This is a Batman character? So I feel like that. What do we, there's just going to be normies out there that are going to be like, I'm intrigued by this. And the fact that it's Colin Farrell underneath all that, and then it's this and that. I mean, look what happened with Joaquin Phoenix in the first Joker movie. It's people fucking flocked out to that, and who knew that was going to make $1 billion? But people flocked out to that, and that was like a different take on the Joker character. Like, it just was, hey, it's Joker, yeah. And yeah, there's Easter eggs that the comic book nerds are, going to be explaining to you, audience that doesn't know this stuff. They're going to tell you what Arkham means. They're going to tell you, certain things that happen in that movie. But at the same time, and it was a unique, and even Joaquin Phoenix had to drop a bunch of weight and transform into that a little bit too. And it's just like, I don't know. It's just, to me, I'm just kind of going, I'm liking the fact that there's there's creators out there that are just going, hey, let's approach these characters that we all know. And it's always Batman. I mean, no matter what, Batman is the most draw when it comes to DC. He just is. And then he's got the best rogues gallery of all superheroes. I don't care. I'm not even saying that's subjective. That's objective. Come on. I mean, it's technically not, but at the same time, you just look at those fucking rogues gallery. I mean, I have a poster on the wall that shows the rogues gallery, like his initial rogues gallery. And it's like, it's a cool cover. I'm sure you've seen it, where he's like, he's like this, and then just on the walls, it's like, all like Two-Face, Joker, Penguin, Firefly, Poison Ivy. They're just like on the wall, and it's just like a cool fucking representation of like how awesome that rogues gallery is. Because when it comes to Superman, you ask like general audience, people are like, who's Superman's foe? Lex Luthor? So just the bald human? That's it? That's all you know? But if you start mentioning like Batman, they go, oh yeah, there's Joker, Catwoman, Penguin, there's the guy with the two faces, right? Two-Face, okay, yeah.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, guy with two faces, yes. So it's like, but you're going like, oh yeah, who's the rogues gallery of the Flash? Common folk aren't going to know that so much too, but it's just, he's got such just great villains, and the approach that they've taken lately, I guess you could say, with the villains has just been pretty fucking cool when it comes to at least Matt Reeves stuff. But then, of course, now we got the more fantastical aspect, going back to the little Deathstroke and Bane. It's going to be interesting to see how that gets approached now that it's where we're at right now, I guess you could say. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like the Joker movie kind of kicked down the door for a lot of these things in a lot of ways. I mean,
when you were gone, I was just kind of like talking about that, like how that just added another level to that character that we've seen a million times. And even Joaquin Phoenix, who is an Academy Award, nominated winning actor, transformed himself into that as well. And you watch that first movie and just kind of go like, Jesus Christ, he went for it here. He definitely went for it here. Just like Colin Farrell's going for it as well when it comes to the Penguin, different universe, sure. And it's in the vein of still like what we know about from, a certain kind of mobster type penguin. It's not the Danny DeVito penguin that is a creature that lived in the sewer, which is, I don't mind that either. And I even saw a clip of that recently too, where, Danny DeVito transformed himself into that. It seems like anybody who takes on the penguin role, even what's his name in Gotham, did a fucking good job.
Robin Lord Taylor.
Yeah, dude. It's funny because we have not, when it comes to like these live action penguins and the performances, they've been fucking stellar, man. They've been fucking stellar. And did you guys notice in the first, I didn't bring this up last week, I don't think, but did you guys notice that there's the jewelry store? Did you see what it was called?
Oh, it's
yeah.
Burgess.
Yeah.
Burgess Schuler. I'm like, is that because it's Burgess Meredith was the first Penguin?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. So I thought that was kind of cool little Easter egg right there. So, but anyways, yeah, I don't know. It's just I think like the Penguin is really kind of evolving that. It's like, okay, now we don't just have like the this actor just get into a costume. Now we're gonna get them to transform their whole body and face into a role. And I think that, I mean, like I said, I think when it comes to Golden Globes and whatever the fuck, I think Colin Farrell is going to be nominated left to right when it comes to Emmys, Golden Globes. He probably will win too, just because of how much he transformed into Oz. And I think it's just that's going to be like the new draw when it comes to superheroes and even to the villains. And I think maybe James Gunn is seeing. He's like, he licked his finger and he just went, yeah, it seems like with Joker and now with Penguin, it's like the wind is blowing towards the fucking villains here. And maybe these actors will want to just like transform into these villains where it's not that they're putting on a costume, they're putting on a whole new body and mind and everything. And that's what actors like to do. They like to fucking jump into those crazy roles.
Yes, they do. I mean, look at Thunderbolts. How many crazy people have jumped into that movie?
Oh, yeah. Well, before we start talking about that, we're bringing somebody from the land down under.
What's up? How are we all doing today?
Good. How are you?
Oh, we're just talking nonsense. How you doing, buddy?
Just good.
Look at you with your. Oh, you got a Lego set for Sonic.
Yeah, and I had another one.
Nice.
Yeah, we were just out shopping.
Are you using the right mic?
Yeah.
Check. Okay,
Sorry.
for sure.
It's probably just because the room
There you
is
go,
big.
better.
Yeah, keep the microphone close because when you're
good?
Yeah, you don't have to go that close, but
Yeah.
you don't have to do an ASMR. So
Yeah.
But-
Well, like the Crow. I watched that clip. I was like, what the fuck is this? Anyway,
Yeah, don't do
enough
that.
about that god awful movie. But,
Yeah.
What's what are we?
We're just talking about
and
basically just
Deathstroke.
talking about like how the Penguin's gonna like evolve some of the comic book live action stuff to the fact where actors are gonna want to more hey, I want to transform myself into one of these crazy fucking. I mean, the Batman's Rogues Gallery is just full of all that, and you can really.
Yeah.
I mean, anybody who takes on Professor Crane, as obviously that we had the Titans one, which was I enjoyed it at first, but then it didn't really go well.
He looked like the weird Arby's guy. You guys know what I'm talking about. He looked exactly like him. He got the beard and stuff. Oh, God. It's terrible.
But no, but they could really take, they could get somebody and it's like, make them, just you got to transform yourself. But of course, that would require losing weight. It must be, when it comes to Joaquin Phoenix and losing weight, I mean, that has to suck as opposed to just putting on a fat suit. But that also has to suck in its own regard, too. So it's like it's a whole thing. But at the same time, it's like, I'm very curious to see, like, when it comes to the Batman universe, is Barry Keoghan and his full on. I mean, I'm already going, I want to see more. And I know some people don't like, I've seen people are like, oh, they're doing the fucking whole fucked up face thing again. I'm like, well, what else can they do? It's the Joker. It's like,
I don't mind the fucked up face thing. The problem I have is he just looked a bit too fucked up. Like,
but I think
I get it, but like still, he also had a weird accent. I'll say that.
Well, and he is. What is he? Irish?
Scottish. I think he's Scottish, Irish, one or the other.
But but of course he's probably adding his own flavor to it. But yeah, I don't know. It's just I think he could potentially be a scene stealer. I don't know. All I know is I'm just hoping that Matt Reeves is like going to be full fledged just in the next 3 to 4 years. Just give us as much as he can, and then he can wrap it up. But I don't know. Yeah, it's just interesting. But no, we were like Axel, what we were talking about before, what led into this was just like the whole Bane and Deathstroke.
Yeah, I saw that this morning. That was so random. I'm like, where's this guy? And then like, what was the director's name again? And like, I had never heard of him.
There is no director attached. It's a writer.
Oh, but who's the writer?
He wrote Captain America: Brave and the Bold.
Brave New World.
Brave New World.
Brave and the Bold.
See, that's the thing. Too many. Yeah. Brave and the Bold. Yeah. So, well,
Brave.
they have Brave in it, but it's from that writer. But at the same time, I'm like, well, is that a movie that was touched by a bunch of writers? Probably. Yeah. They probably did a bunch of writers. So I'm like, so when he mentioned his name, and I mean, obviously when they release this information, they want to be, well, he's the one that was going to be part of this. So they always try to do that connection of like, it's going to be, it's good, guys, because he wrote this. And I'm like, yeah, well, we haven't seen that yet. We've only seen trailers. And then, you know, if you really pay attention to this stuff, we know that there's been issues with this movie. There's been reshoots, probably been multiple writers. So for us, not really selling.
And the name change as well.
Yeah.
Wasn't it called
New
World Order?
Yeah.
It was New World Order. Now it's Brave New World.
But see, that's the thing. Is like for us, when we see the name, we go, okay, that means nothing. But to the general audience, I mean, like, oh, so he wrote another comic book thing, so maybe that's going to be okay. But for us, we're just kind of going, that name means nothing. This guy means nothing. Mm-hmm. I'm just the names that mean something to us are the fucking names of the characters. We're going, how are they going to fucking do this? You know?
I think they're just using like buzzwords, like sort of what they're doing with like the Lantern show, saying, "Oh, it's a true detective in space," and I'm like, okay, sure. That's just the only comparison.
That's how they appeal to the general audience.
Yeah,
that's what they're trying to do, I think, when it comes to that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's the problem, though. It's like, you know, you have a mixture of all this stuff, you know, and it's funny because I don't know how many times. I mean, I tell my friends and my family, I don't know how many times they go, I saw a trailer for this. And I'm like, and I go, yeah, that wasn't real. I mean, immediately I go, that wasn't real. And then I tell them, like, hey, anytime you see a trailer for something, because now with AI and everything like that, holy shit. I mean, one of my friends last week goes, hey, my mom was freaking out because she thinks that Titanic 2 is happening. She's like, she saw this trailer on Facebook, and she thought like, oh my God, she sent it to me, and then she's excited that there's going to be a Titanic 2, and then
this time it's back for revenge.
Yeah. Oh, it's a pretty decent trailer.
It's gonna be about that. What was that recent shit? Oh, I'm just trying to think where they went underwater. It happened in real life and like people.
Yeah, the Ocean Gate thing.
Yeah. Ocean Gate thing. Yeah.
Ocean Gate.
But it was funny because she hit me up. She goes, she wanted to like double check, and I was like, and even my dad was like, oh, I saw the teaser. This was a while back. This was like a few months ago. He goes, I saw the trailer for John Wick 5. I'm like, huh? And he goes, yeah, Keanu Reeves is back. I'm like, what did you watch? He said, I saw it on Instagram. I'm like, you saw a fake trailer. And then my brother, I remember even a few months ago, he sent me like a screenshot from what he saw, and it was like Christian Bale in Dark Knight Returns, and it had a thumbnail where it showed him all grayed up, and he goes, "Is this real?" I'm like, "No." You know, it's just like one of those things. But then like my friend, when I said I was like, "Send me the trailer." It's definitely not real. And when I saw it, they used probably footage from 7 or 8 different Leo movies, specifically from Shutter Island. And the trailer, shit you not, it was basically like, it was like they went down, you know, to look for the Titanic remains. They were doing that again, and they found a block of ice. And who was in that block of ice? Jack. Jack was in that block of ice. So they thaw him out, and then he's not knowing where he's at. Like, oh my God, where is this place?
If that's not main character syndrome, I don't know what is.
It was. I was like, I would actually watch this. When I told her that, I was like, that's actually not a bad cut trailer.
You'd watch it and saying, man, Hollywood's really pulling for stuff at this point. We really lost creative juices at this point.
It completely shits on the fucking what Titanic was all about, and it turns it into a crazy weird sci-fi movie.
What was it about again? Because I'm still missing that.
It wasn't really about. It was just about Jack being in present day.
I was rooting for the boat. That's what I was rooting for.
You would root for the boat.
I would, absolutely.
Yes, you would. I'm not surprised. In a good way.
I'm rooting for the iceberg again.
Just kidding. Too. I was rooting for both of them. Go down. Yeah, sink it.
Yeah.
I was iceberg. Yeah, they take out a new ship and they blow up the iceberg. Revenge on the iceberg.
That's the sequel I think James Cameron should make next. But
there you go. That's what I'm talking about.
With
hey, we got Jordan joining right now. What's up?
Wow,
buddy?
Hello, buddy.
Hey.
How you doing, bud?
I don't know how I'm still awake, to be honest.
Yeah, you sound tired, but I know he's like hit me up. He's like, got a spot? I was like, hey man.
Yeah.
What's up, man? Do some talking. How you doing?
Yeah, should be in bed. Oh well, I'm here.
Well, I should be in bed too, but here we are.
Yeah.
You're probably drinking coffee.
I am.
I knew it. I knew it.
I mean, if I'm drinking something else in the amount of this, that I have other questions for my choices in life.
There you go.
You make very good choices, my friend.
I try.
You do.
No, but Jordan, we were talking about, obviously the Deathstroke and Bane news that came about. How are you feeling about that?
It reminds me of the old regime just throwing shit at the wall. It's like, why?
Kind of does, huh?
But at the same time, we don't really know what their plan is. Even if this is real or not, so I can't really say for sure. Is the rumor saying it's in the DCU, or are they saying it's part of Matt Reeves? Like, do we know, or they don't know?
I think we're assuming that it's DCU.
If it is, I don't like it.
Okay.
Because okay, so you're gonna introduce first Deathstroke and Bane before Batman. What? Why?
Yeah, but at the same time, the way I'm looking at it, it's like, you got to do something different. Everybody, when it comes to Batman, I mean, again, we don't know the full-on details. This could just be something that, Secret Six. It could be something kind of Suicide Squad-y. Could be part of Teen Titans. Who knows? We have very minimal information. See, now I got you thinking.
It could be kind of like a precursor to a Teen Titans, but it's from the villain's perspective.
Yeah.
And then Phil had a pretty cool idea if this was just like Bane and Deathstroke going after a meta human type of mark, and they're and it could be Amanda Waller situation that is handling this, and then of course this could lead into a story where it could tie into Teen Titans and Brave and the Bold. So it's like, all right, we the way. Obviously, when it comes to James Gunn in the DCU, he's got to do something different than what's the normal, cut of the cloth of oh, we do this. So maybe he's going, well, what if we, everybody knows, I mean, we have a current Batman that is in a separate universe. We've had so many Batmen. How about instead of just going, hey, here's another Batman, and this time it's like this, how about we take the rogues gallery of these two characters and put them into like a low budget, this kind of movie that ties into some of the other things that we have working, which could be Teen Titans and Brave and the Bold.
I'm just imagining that it's going to be like a Hobbs and Shaw. I don't know.
Could be something like that too. And it could be cheesy. But I enjoyed Hobbs and Shaw. I'm not gonna lie. I thought it was an enjoyable
it was
movie.
Decent. I would say I just needed to know more information. I needed to what's the plot?
Yeah.
Because what's the reason for this?
See, and that's the thing,
it's such an interesting team up too. So
the why of it, but at the same time, is it a team up or is it a versus? It's like one of those things. Could be a versus thing. Like I said, that's why I loved about Phil's, thing was like they're both being hired to go after the same metahuman or something like that in the DC universe, and see, there could be something cool like that. But yeah, like I said, I think we're all just kind of waiting for. What's the information? What's the story behind this? It almost seems like, hey, the studio wanted to put out the fact that, hey, we might have an idea for something like that. Let's test it out and see how the response is. Don't put that pat. I always say studios do this shit all the time. That's why when we hear about things in development and then they don't go in full in development, I think they're just kind of gauging they're putting it out there in the ether and going, let's see what people have to say about this, and they're gauging it from that. And then all of a sudden it just goes nowhere. I know Scott McClellan, he's got a list of all the fucking developments that just went nowhere. Remember, there's supposed to be like a Lobo movie produced by Michael Bay or something.
Yeah.
And Blackhawks was a thing.
Yeah,
Spielberg.
Yep, that's right.
I mean, there's always been like
Batgirl directed by Joss Whedon. Yeah.
Oh yeah, oof. Thank God that didn't happen.
Right.
But I mean, I think it's always just like one of those things now that the studios, they're trying, they still try to figure out how to utilize social media and everything as a tool. And so I don't know, it seems like DC does this way more, obviously way more than Marvel does it. But they just kind of like go, hey, here's an idea. This sounds pretty good. And then they go, well, let's test it out and put it out there in the ether. Let's leak it out to either a scooper or they leak it out to like an actual trade and see the reaction to it to gauge whether they should move forward with it. It's I've been told that that's what they do. Just like how actors, if they want to try to get a role, their PR team will work overtime to try to like get out the fact that, hey, so-and-so is on the short list, even though they might not be on the short list. Right. But it puts the name out there in the ether to basically be like, where people go, oh my God, he would be Jacob Elordi would be a totally great Superman or something like that, you know?
And I'm wondering if like, because James and Peter, they already announced like their first projects or so. Or
first half of their
yeah.
First half
so
of chapter
is all
one.
This stuff the back half of the second part that we've, because he said this is just part one, right?
Yeah.
Like what they announced officially. So is all of this the second half?
I think these are just ideas that they're working with. I don't even know if anything's like
no concrete. They're just kind of like just seeing where, because maybe they're looking at those projects, seeing what could they develop from those, or what could they add in,
right?
That maybe ties into storylines.
Well, like I said, I mean, and this could just very well lead into Brave and the Bold and the Titans movie. I mean, they might be already conjuring up like, hey, instead of let's starting off with just a full on Batman movie, what if we started off with a low budget Batman rogues gallery of like some of his like lethal, like two of his most lethal characters. One of them broke his back and the other one's basically pretty much broken his life at many moments. What if we do these two characters, pin them together, and that's going to lead into two different, the Bane portion will lead into Brave and the Bold, and the Deathstroke version will lead into Teen Titans. And it's like, it's just a different way to just do something like that. I don't know. Like, I mean, again, I'm just kind of I'm rooting for Gunn to just be like, hey, do something different. Take what you learned from Marvel Studios and everything else and just kind of do something fresh and different. And again, the Batman Rogues Gallery, why not? Just, I mean, it's the best Rogues Gallery. Come on.
They unfortunately wasted Deathstroke in the DCU. Like, it just didn't work out. So,
yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say, I mean, they wasted, but I mean, it was a great ending scene that they added to Zack
but it's just that it didn't lead to the Batman, Ben Affleck film. So
that's Warner Brothers for you.
Yeah, that was it's
like,
very stupid.
Even in the theatrical cut, dare I even talk about it? Like the ending really, that post-credit scene, regardless of the film itself, it was terrible. Like that ending scene even kind of left low-hanging fruit and possibility of like, oh yeah, maybe we'll do a Legion of Doom movie, and then that never panned out fucking anywhere.
Yeah.
But
meanwhile, in the Legion of Doom, they could have done something like that. I mean, essentially,
that's almost required. You have to have that at some point.
Meanwhile,
I wonder if that would have been Justice League 2, or like you said, a Legion movie.
Justice League 2, Justice Harder.
Just as harder.
I know, like based off the storyboard, the old storyboard that they were utilizing and following, the second movie essentially would have been, a version of the Legion of Doom and Justice League, whatever the hell it was been called. Because like the lineup was Captain Cold, Dr. Maru, Black Manta and Orm, Lex Luthor, and the Riddler. But I feel like they might have swapped Riddler out for Deathstroke at some point in the creative conversation. But
I'm kind of curious of like what they landed on.
I'm surprised Joker wasn't involved.
I mean, Joker's now, he's part of the good guys, which is would add to a really good element to Justice League, to Zack Snyder's Justice League 2, is just the fact that it's like, okay, so if all these other villains in this, especially when it comes to the Nightmare timeline,
right,
get all these other villains that are part of that, and then you got Joker working with the good guys. That's
and Deadshot as well.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Deathstroke also is part of the good guys as well. So
Yeah.
that's what would be interesting about, and again, it's like trying to, like I'm wondering what they landed on when it came to that. I mean, obviously obviously when you look at the storyboards, the fact that the Riddler was obsessing over trying to figure out the whatchamacallit,
The anti-life equation.
Anti-life equation. I was like totally blanked on. I was like the formula. What?
Yeah.
No, the anti-life equation.
The secret Krabby Patty formula.
And of course, yeah. And then of course him figuring out and just kind of him driving himself mad to the point where he like kills himself. It's like it was just kind of like a cool thing where it's like, yeah, I don't think that I think that aspect of the story would still be there because it just sounds like something Zack Snyder would still do. And the fact that you have maybe it wouldn't be the Riddler, it could be somebody else, but it still could be the Riddler. Like the fact that you have a human character in the DC universe obsessing over trying to figure out the anti-life equation when you got Darkseid that has been looking for it. I mean, it's just there's so much good storytelling in there.
One of the things I want them to do, and I Deathstroke is not a character that people are supposed to like. He's not redeemable. There's nothing redeemable about Deathstroke. Forget the whole Terra thing. He is not a redeemable character. There is nothing, and that's what I worry about. Like when you put in a film, I don't want to like him. I don't. I'm not supposed to like him. I'm supposed to like see exactly what's going and be intrigued by the villain. The villains we love to hate. He's one of them. That's what I want them, because I'm really getting tired of like, okay, we're going to put a villain movie, but we're going to make him like an no, he's not an anti-hero. He's a villain, period.
As much as I clown on the Titans TV show, because man, that show suffers from some really shitty writing. The one thing they got right was the portrayal of Slade Wilson.
Absolutely.
He was fucking
great.
asshole. Yeah.
Like fucking Isai Morales did a fantastic job playing that character. Holy fuck. But man, yeah, like of all the things just wrong with that show, Deathstroke was not one of them. He was great. He was really well written. And to Chris's point, you're not supposed to like him. He did a lot of gruesome, terrible fucking things. I mean, he fucking killed Aqualad, for crying out loud. Just straight up, boom, bitch, you're dead.
Budget, but yeah, I get your point.
Right. And like, I'm with Chris in that Deathstroke is like my favorite DC villain of all time, next to like the likes of Reverse Flash and like, really, really unlikable, fucked up characters. And Deathstroke is that. He is an unlikable mercenary who just does not give a flying rat's ass about anyone, and that's the point. And I don't care that he's got this, fucking super soldier-esque kind of serum to him. I don't give a fuck. No, I give a shit about the fact that he is just this ruthless badass who's just like, oh, you think you could take me? That's cute. Like, he's just so nonchalant.
And that's the movie I want to see. I want to see them actually do a true villain movie instead of a redeemable villain movie, because let's be honest, both Suicide Squads, you have redeemable people in both those movies.
Right.
Both movies, Ayers and Guns.
The Deathstroke I want to see is akin to the Deathstroke scene in Identity Crisis, where he literally just fucks up the lesser Justice League in like not even 10 minutes. Like he makes Hal Jordan lose his concentration and then snaps his wrist so he can't even use the fucking ring. Yeah, that's the Deathstroke I want to see in live action. I want to see a tactical, smart dude who's just fucking ruthless. Yeah. Oh,
see, that's the thing. It's like, the risk that you put forth if you're going to put two villains with against each other is like, oh, you got to start sympathizing with one of them, and it's like you have to make them likable. I mean, I guess there's a way to do it. I mean, going back to the Penguin, it's like, when it came to the first episode, I was like, all right, I'm starting to I like Oz more, just because we're learning more about him. So I mean, that is the challenge of I guess the challenge, and that's what's the challenge going to be for the Penguin series, is the fact that it's like, all right, I'm still when it comes to the Batman 2, I got to go back to not liking this guy. So it's like you have to give me an equal amount of like, I sympathize, but I also go, fuck this guy kind of thing. Because then if I'm going to the Batman 2 where I'm going, no, I'm rooting against Batman now because I like Oz so much. You know, that's the challenge.
It's a fine line they have to cross, because I think your point, they're trying to do something different, because I mean, for so long we've had heroes leading shows, leading movies. So how to switch it up? You have villains, but then the question is, how do you balance it to where you're just completely, oh, okay, I'm actually agreeing and following Penguin. Okay, cool. I agree with him. I like him. Same thing I think with the whole Joker thing with Joaquin Phoenix's Joker. Like they obviously made it where he's a bad guy, but that movie made $1 billion. A lot of people are like, oh my god, like I Arthur. It's like the whole perspective changed on that character because of how they wrote it.
Right. They made the character almost not quite sympathetic, but understandable to a point. Like, you understand why a person like that would just completely succumb to their inner demons and just give in to their fucking lunacy.
And they explain, in different iterations in the comics, like the history of Joker, but they obviously leave a lot of shit out to be mysterious. But you hear that, but you don't go, oh, I understand. You go, this guy's terrible. Batman should kill him. I know Batman won't, but he should kill him. He's a terrible person, but he never does. He never crosses that line. So like it's a constant thing. But in the film, it's like, yeah, he's terrible, but I get it. It's like, no. But they wanted to do something different in Elseworlds story, and then we got a sequel coming. Yeah, great. Love it.
Yeah, I've actually heard that the ending like leaked out and people aren't happy.
No shit.
Oh yeah,
have you heard about that?
I've heard it and know a few people that've seen it, but thankfully it's not been on my timeline, so I don't care.
I have not been spoiled, and I know now that we're putting it out there. Hopefully nobody in the chat does it. You did?
I'm not gonna say what it is, but yeah, I read it.
Okay, don't say what it is.
I don't know if it's real or not, but if it's real,
people are gonna be mad. People are gonna be big mad.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you right now. Well, I guess it depends on how you felt about the first movie, and then because to me, not talking about what I read about just the movie itself. I just don't give a shit. The trailers look good. I just don't care. I don't care. They should not have made a sequel. And why? If they made $1 billion. I understand why they're making the movie, because they made $1 billion. This movie's not going to make $1 billion. No. And I feel like it just kind of ruins the legacy and kind of the idea of that Elseworlds story. It ended in a way that it's it. You don't need to continue. You don't need to introduce a Harley or what. I just don't understand.
I think a lot of us feel that same way.
It's just because.
But at the same time, I'm like, all right, well, you're gonna add this kind of element. I'm like, all right, I'll give it a shot. And,
at least you're doing something different. I'll give them that.
Yeah,
you're doing something different.
That's the thing it's because if I look at Todd Phillips, like for instance, go back to Todd Phillips when The Hangover came out, and that was a huge hit, and it was just magical, and it was like, yes, this is the comedy that people wanted. And I remember watching in the theaters and then loving that movie. And then he does The Hangover 2, and he just basically just takes the same elements and then just dials them up more, but essentially it starts off exactly the same, where it's like you got Bradley Cooper calling the wife of whatever and saying, we fucked up again. And then it was just like, all right, you're really going to play those same beats. And I think Todd Phillips is going like, all right, we can't play the same beats when it comes to Joker. So let's try to add this. And I can only hope that it's going to be like, oh, okay, cool. But then at the same time, there's always something in the back of my head where I go, this doesn't need to be a thing. No, and we're 5 years. And it's crazy that was 5 years ago that the first Joker came out.
Todd should have just went and did something original. Especially with the success of this, he could have easily done.
He will definitely after this.
He will after this for sure, regardless of the response. But obviously, I won't say what it is. But if those leaks are true, man, it's going to be a field day on Twitter. It's going to be a field day on social media.
When is it not?
Right. I mean, that's a good point. But this is definitely going to happen.
I get what you're saying. I see what you're putting down. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
You know what sucks though is the fact that there's fan screenings happening on Monday. So
it's gonna be out. Like, people are gonna take freaking screenshots and footage.
Oh
of
yeah,
when they did this,
I'm
yeah.
probably gonna get spoiled.
Get those
I'm
mute
probably gonna get
filters up.
spoiled.
Yeah.
I didn't realize they were doing like these IMAX fan screenings until Scott told me on Wednesday when he did Fanimated. He goes, "Yeah, I'm seeing Joker 2 on Monday." There's those. I was like, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah, there's like IMAX." And then I looked. I'm like, "Oh shit, they are doing it like the IMAX that's closest to my house." And then I looked. Fucking only the 2 front rows are available with seats.
Oh fuck.
So
Dude,
they
it's
just
sold
already-
out. So I'm like, all right, well, this movie's probably gonna make money, but it's not gonna make $1 billion, I don't think.
See,
Like you said, Jordan. But at the same time, I'm like going, all right, there's fan screenings. I'm probably gonna get this shit spoiled for me before I see it, because I'm just gonna wait till Thursday. I'm like, I'm just gonna accept it. I was like, I'm not gonna fucking sit in this fucking lonely seat right here in the 3rd row on a Monday. You know, I usually do Film Junkie Live, and I'm like, let me just. I didn't even know, so I was like, fuck it, I'll wait till Thursday. But I'm like, fuck,
I've got to wait till Friday to see it, but I'll see it.
I'm gonna see it on the weekend probably because me and my girl are gonna go see Beetlejuice when she graduates. It'll be her graduation present. But yeah, like,
Oh, nice.
it's funny. Like when it comes to Joker, and now hearing that they're doing like early IMAX screenings, I'm like, you guys did this with the fucking Flash. You saw what happened with it. Did you not learn a fucking thing?
They
Clearly
never
not.
fucking learn.
They never fucking learn anything. Like, come on, WB, what the fuck? Like, you want
You know
your,
what it
both
is?
your what is it?
It's because they look at projected numbers and they freak out.
Yep.
That's the thing.
Yep.
So they go, what can we do to help?
They already know the buzz is bad on it.
Yep.
Yeah. They already, I mean, but it's so funny. It's like, just let this thing be what it is. But at the same time, look what the first Joker was, what was the budget? It was like 40, 50, 60 million?
50 something million.
Yeah. And then they fucking like tripled it for this one, you know, because they were like, fuck it, man. You guys made us a lot of money. Here's a bunch of money. So then it's like, we're going to do this. But it's at the same time, it's like, okay, we're talking about 5 years later after a pandemic, which a lot of us have like a whole fucking foggy mental block of that time period where it's like, what the fuck happened? What are we doing? You know, it still boggles my mind. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember when Joker came out. That was 2019. That was 5 years ago. What the hell?
And I didn't even think like somebody's, oh, it's not going to make it. It's going to be a failure. So I don't think any of us were expecting Joker 2 to make another $1 billion. No. You know, I think it was going to be an intriguing idea, but it's a tough movie in the sense of, okay, it's not a musical, but they're going to have music in it. Get it? But but there's only so much you can. You know, it's a lightning in a bottle kind of movie moment at that point where what they were doing with it. Okay, yeah, bring in Harley. It's the next logical step. But again, people are like, okay, and if the buzz isn't going to be, buzz is going to be like, it's okay. But in this day and age, okay is just not going to get people in seats. Nope. And if that's what the buzz is right now, like it's okay, and some people are going to really like it, but a lot of people are like, it was okay.
Well, it's funny because like early reviews, I'm just kind of going, all right, so it seems like there are some people that go, wow, this movie kind of like, it fucks with you a little bit. Like I don't know, it's just, maybe, I mean, it could be like a whole Megalopolis thing where it's like, should I go? And I know nobody saw it here, but I mean, it's just, when I saw Megalopolis, I'm like, does this movie need to exist? No, but at the same time, I'm glad it does, and it's quietly brilliant, but also a disaster. I'm like, is this what fucking Coppola wanted to do here? I mean, it's such a weird thing. But then, I mean, I don't know how I'm like comparing this to Joker 2, but at the same time, I'm like, does this thing need? I guess I'm trying to compare it to, does this thing need to exist? And obviously, if it has to exist, it has to be something that is different from the first one, but also captures a little bit. We're gonna have Joaquin Phoenix playing the Arthur Fleck character and doing those crazy laugh out moments and everything that a lot of people are like, Jesus Christ, look at this guy acting. This is why he won the Academy Award. Is it going to work a second time? Because how many times has there been these Academy Award winning movies that get a sequel? They don't get a sequel. It's always like, hey, there it is. That was an iconic performance. That was an iconic movie. And we're done. But now, in the comic book space, that it breached the whole award season and it won Academy Awards, made $1 billion. So let's make a sequel. So it's like, how do you even top that, because obviously you want to top it. And I think any of us who are movie lovers, we want it to top the first one. Anytime there's like a new thing, whether it's especially in the comic book space. And I've always said this, I'm like, the next Batman, I hope, is my favorite Batman. And it's my favorite Batman movie. Does that happen? No. But I always root for it. Like, I hope that James Gunn's Superman is going to be my favorite Superman movie. David Cornsweat's going to be my new favorite Superman, and I know that's blasphemy when it comes to certain people and who their favorite is and everything like that. But I always hope for that. I hope for that when it came to the Batman and Robert Pattinson. I was like, I hope that Robert Pattinson's my new favorite Batman and the Batman is going to be my all-time favorite Batman movie. It's not, but it's up there. It's up there. I loved it. I fucking loved it so much I got a little lit up sign ring. But it's just like, it's like one of those things where it's like it still was up there, but Ben Affleck's still my favorite live action Batman. And when it comes to my favorite Batman movie, I kind of go back and forth between The Dark Knight and BVS, because it's just they're two different types of movies, two different perspectives, and I don't know. I just root for the next one, but sometimes you just kind of see the writing on the wall and you go, well, I don't know if this Joker 2 is going to outdo the first one, even though you got Lady Gaga in there and you got a musical element. I don't know.
It's a fair point.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens. I mean, but at the same time, like I said, when I found out those fan screenings were happening Monday, I'm like, fuck,
It just goes to show that they just... They don't. I don't think they have the faith that it's going to do that well, because it's a musical. So
yeah, they definitely don't, because there's so much writing. I don't think they didn't have faith in the first one. That's why they only gave them like $50-something million. I mean, we've heard that. Todd Phillips said that. They're like, yeah, they didn't have faith in it. They only gave us like a certain amount of money, and then look what happened. So now they have all the faith in the world, and they're like, here's $200 million.
Which is
spend it on whatever the hell you want.
Yeah.
And then it's like, all right. So then now as audience members, we're going, well, this kind of lost the little, the independent vibe and that the first one had. There's something like about that first one where it's like, okay, you're taking a very notable Batman villain and you're going to change it a little bit, and you're going to add like a taxi driver element to it, and that's cool, and it worked. It 100% worked. Now you have all the resources. You didn't have all the resources then. Now you have all the resources. And is it going to work? Hopefully, but at the same time, I'm seeing people that love the first one on my Twitter going, the hype is not with this one. And it's like, yeah, I don't feel it either. Like, the hype is just not there. I'm looking forward to it, sure, and I'm like curious. But I'm just kind of going, like, when it came to the first one, I was like, oh, this is going to be something that's going to fucking blow some balls off. And it did. This one, yeah, I don't know. It's just, we'll see.
Yeah.
I guess that's all we could say is we will see.
We will see.
In a week
from now. Yep.
But going to Green Lantern, how are we feeling about Kyle Chandler as Hal Jordan?
I'm down with it.
I think he's the best option we've heard so far in terms of for Hal. Personally, I Josh Brolin was a cool, like, it's interesting, but I don't really see him as Hal. But if they would have said he's Hal Jordan, but
I was with you. I was like that too. I didn't love it or hated it.
Yeah.
There's some people that really hated it, and there's some people that really loved it. And I was like, he's like all over the place.
Yeah.
And then of course when they released that short list, I was like, I thought Timothy Oliphant was my favorite out of that short list. But at the same time, I was like, it's just a short list. Who knows if this is really a thing? And then all of a sudden, Kyle Chandler comes in. I'm like, oh, well, he's very likable. I mean, he's like almost 60 years old, and by the time they film this, he will be. So I'm not saying that he looks like a fucking decrepit old man, but at the same time, it's just like, it is interesting that, oh, yeah. And then the fact that he only, that the aspects of his contract is only for the show and not for anything else. Well... I think we all know what's going to happen to Hal, right?
Yeah, or at least they're kind of implying it. And I think Matthew McConaughey on that list, I feel like he's better suited for something else. So that's
I never saw him as Hal.
Especially when they said, "Oh, it's gonna be True
True
Detective."
Detective, yeah.
That's so fucking on the nose. I'm sorry, I just had to
Mhm.
it's like so on.
That's what
Well,
I
to be
said.
fair-
I was like, maybe they. I mean, I'm sure they asked him, but it's funny when they released that short list. I'm like, none of these guys actually came in and fucking read for it.
Ewan McGregor as Hal Jordan.
This
mean,
is
to be
this is
fair-
one of those things where they put it out there and they're like, this is who we wanted. The studio put it out there and then they asked, and then they put it out into the trades, into the fucking whatever, just to like get some buzz, which is good. There's nothing wrong with that. Totally do that. But then of course now, you know, we had that Calvin Harrison guy that was going to be, he was rumored on the short list for Jon Stewart, and now we got this Aaron Pierre guy, and then I forgot who the other guy was that is also there. Oh, I should just but it's so funny because after the whole Rebel Ridge, whatever
Rebel
movie that
Ridge,
came
yeah.
out on,
saying him for,
everybody was like naming him as.
and now the rumor came out today he's on the short list.
Yep.
It's like okay, the rumors.
So that's a little interesting.
Mhm.
I'm trying to remember who the
Stephen
other guy-
James.
Stephen James, yes. So yeah, I mean, you know, like I said, here, I'll even share the screen just to show it, you know, just in case people don't know who these look. I mean, obviously, this guy's getting a lot of, you know, like I said, he's getting a lot of praise for that Rebel Ridge.
Rebel Ridge.
Yes. I still haven't watched it yet. I definitely gonna watch it. And then of course here's the other gentleman right there. And you know, they both, I don't know enough of these guys to determine whether they could play a good soldier that is Jon Stewart. I just know that a lot of people were like all about Aaron Pierre doing it. So
Aaron Pierre was also in Krypton. He was Dev
that's
M.
right.
He was,
That's
and
right.
of the two, I mean, his
That's
character.
one of those shows I still need to go back and watch.
Yeah, his
Yeah.
character in Rebel Ridge is
Terrible.
a Marine. So
Yeah.
that's
I
Jon
think that's
Stewart.
why a lot of people are just kind of like linking up to it. And hey, you know what? Perfectly fine. But at the same time, it's like, hey, long as it really depends. And it just seems like what James Gunn wants to do and when it came to him picking his Superman and Lois is like they had to have great chemistry together. And then when he had the Supergirls shortlist come in, I mean, because Meg Donnelly even said that recently that, you know, she came in and read for Supergirl for Superman. So she basically revealed that Supergirl for 100% is going to be showing up. Yeah. And I think we all got that. It wasn't like a thing where like people were like, oh my God, spoiler alert. But I was like, no, we already know that she's going to be showing up in Superman. But it's like you have to get that chemistry. It's all about chemistry. And and I think that's what Gunn is really looking for when it comes to a lot of these right here. And then, you know, when it comes to Lanterns, you got to have this good chemistry. So if Kyle Chandler 100% is Hal Jordan, he's going to have chemistry with whoever the young actor is playing with Jon Stewart. And, you know, and I think Kyle Chandler, he's just one of those likable actors who just shows up on things. I mean, he was in
Friday Night Lights.
King of the Monsters, right? King of the Monsters? Or was it?
And he was in
Godzilla vs.
Peter
Kong.
Jackson King Kong.
He was also in he was also in that one King Kong also?
Yeah, he's in that
Oh
one.
shit. Who the fuck did he play in that?
Wow.
He plays Bruce Baxter. I think his
The
name
monkey.
was. Like, he's the actor, or like, I don't know. It's
Really?
like, yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I only remember Adrian Brody and fucking Jack Black and
Yep.
what's her name that played the girl in that movie. That's not a bad movie. I don't know. People shit on that movie. I'm like, that's actually a really good movie. Peter Jackson.
It's a long
Peter
ass
Jackson
movie.
did a fucking good
He
job.
was Bruce Baxter. I forgot that entirely.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So
You
he
forget
already
because
was.
you forget you said
Wow.
Adrian Brody was kind of like the lead male.
Yeah.
Kind of like paying more attention to, so I don't blame it.
Yeah.
I
But,
forgot
I
that
mean,
too. I'm like, oh.
But yeah, Chandler, Kyle Chandler is like, he's just always been like that guy that just shows up and you go, oh yeah, that guy. He's likable. And, you know, like I said, he was like in Friday Night Lights show. He's been in a lot of TV shows and stuff. He's just always been like that guy that just kind of shows up and you recognize him and you go, yeah, that guy. So when they said it, I was like, I literally did that. I was like, oh yeah, That guy. All right.
Yeah.
That works.
Yeah.
I like Kyle Chandler. I'm like, fine. He's great. You know?
Yeah. I remember when the story broke that, like, oh, Josh Brolin's in talks, and it was Nexus Point News, then it came from fucking Hollywood Reporter backing it up, and then there was like, the short list that Hollywood Reporter came out, then there was the other two names that Chattanooga FBI put out, which is total fucking bullshit. That was the funnier part about it all. But and even the Hollywood Reporter was like, oh yeah, that's bullshit. Matthew McConaughey, no, that's never gonna happen. But
I thought that was like one of the worst. I was like, I was like, Matthew McConaughey is Hal Jordan. I'm like, I cannot see that at all.
Way. But
here you go, John Stewart. We're gonna be doing this.
All right.
You
want to put that ring on?
Maybe he could have made
constructs. Those are rookie construct numbers. Come on, got to punch those up.
Right.
I mean, nothing against McConaughey, but he has a presence to him that works for certain things that he's done. But as a Hal Jordan, I just did not see his cadence and his aura that he gives out there. I don't see him as Hal Jordan. I'm like, would he actually cut his hair, or is he going to have that slick back curly hair that's like that he always has, or is he going to? I don't know. It's just, to me, Hal Jordan has like a certain kind of hairstyle, and Kyle Chandler has that hairstyle.
And if you watch the King Kong movie, he's kind of got that bit of arrogance in it.
Yeah.
Well, he's also like that in King of the Monsters and Godzilla vs. Kong. Yeah. He's very like hot-headed and arrogant, like Hal Jordan is. And also, Aaron Pierre, you watch him in Rebel Ridge, like it's straight up fucking Jon Stewart without the power ring, like 100%. Like
it could be a prequel. It's like
maybe.
You remember how people thought that that Alien movie was gonna be like a.
Can we not bring back Venom? Come on, we're having fun talking about Green Lantern.
I know.
But like, when it comes to Kyle Chandler, like you look at him and I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. And even like, I'm not trying to toot my own horn here. Maybe I am a little bit, but like I said like a week or two ago, they are not going to get a big name for Hal Jordan. And I like Kyle Chandler.
They tried. I give them props for trying.
Right. Yeah. But I swore, I was like, there's no fucking way they're going to get a big ass name attached to that role because of not only the baggage, but because they can't fucking afford it.
Yeah.
But Kyle Chandler, it's a great choice.
And
not a big name.
You know what? And for all we know, Josh Brolin was like, here's how much I want. And they went, nope, we can't do that. And he's like, well, fuck it. And I'm like, all right. It could have been that too. I mean, they could have thrown money.
With an actor who played Green Lantern, so.
They could have thrown so much money at these people, and they were like, oh, this is all we got. And then they were like, nah, it's not enough for me to take on this.
Or it was never serious to begin with.
It could have been, exactly.
It was just something they put out there to
create buzz.
To create buzz. They've done it before. Buzz. Every studio has done it.
Exactly, and that's one of the things that I've learned from talking to people in the business is like, yeah, I mean, like, and I've said it many times, and that's probably what did it. And I'm sure, like, maybe they did get asked and they all turned down, and it's like whatever. But at the same time, it's like now we got these ones right here when it comes to the Young Bucks, when it comes to Jon Stewart, and I'm going, yeah, I mean, obviously this would be a role of a lifetime, and of course they're gonna want to do that, But at the same time, it's like when it comes to Hal Jordan, like, again, it sounds like it's going to be a very short-lived, and he's probably not going to make it out of this series, which is like, yeah, okay. But, for the time being, he's probably going to like do that unless they do that whole parallax thing. But that story. But at the same time, it's like, okay, so if you're going to have a Green Lantern that's going to be scattered across the DCU, that might show up in different movies or shows or whatever the fuck, it's going to be Jon Stewart. They're basically revealing to us that is going to be the case. So whoever they cast as Jon Stewart is getting that multi-picture, like, hey, you're going to show up in fucking 6 different things in the next decade. So be ready.
But what if, again, I know the things they didn't say, like he signed up for anything beyond this. But he doesn't necessarily. I took the idea, like, all right, we're going to see how people respond to it. We know Jon Stewart's going to be our face. Understand that. I'm all for it. We don't have to kill off necessarily Hal. He can still be in the core. He does what he wants and goes off. And then if the response to Kyle's portrayal of Hal is really positive, okay, he can be a part of a Green Lantern Corps, you know,
or
there
he
was
could
all.
be the Spectre, maybe. I don't know. Could be.
Well, I don't
also
or that, but
Yeah.
it just doesn't. We can't always just jump to that because I think there is potential for him to continue on with it. They just may not. It's too early to sign him on for a multi-picture deal. To your point, Dave, because the one they are going to sign to multi-picture, multi-series stuff is Jon Stewart.
not
Yeah.
only that, like they're not going to posit almost anyone into a long multi-picture deal.
Yeah.
Except big names. Like I think Corn Sweat and Brosnahan for sure. I think they're signed on with like sequel clauses, but I don't remember the fine details of that. But certain characters are only probably going to be like a one and done for now. Because I think I remember seeing Gunn maybe mentioning that, like, no, we're not going to do what Marvel does and just lock people into 6-7 picture deals. Like, no,
unless they already have a huge plan in place and
bingo.
and they already know. I mean, James Gunn had said, like, when he was asked, like, obviously when the whole announcement and he was running DC with Peter Safran, all the people were asking questions, and one of them was like his thoughts on the Justice League animated series, and he loves it. He loves that show so much. So Jon Stewart's the lead. So it's not surprising that Jon Stewart's going to be the lead Green Lantern, but that doesn't mean Hal has to just go away, because they could just send him away, like you said, and then he just comes back later for a Green Lantern film or a Justice League movie. He returns. So just because he's not going to appear after the show doesn't mean he's gone forever. So it's like people just jump to that conclusion because, we know they kill Hal Jordan in the house. We know what they do, but who says that's what they're doing? Right? We don't know.
Yeah. That's the thing. We don't know what exactly they're doing. But at the same time, it's like, they're not trying to be like, okay, when you sign on for this role, you got to sign your life away. It's like, all right, we have plans for you for this right here. And it's like, maybe when it comes to whoever signs on for Hal Jordan, it's like, hey, you're going to, probably sacrifice yourself in the series. But at the same time, there's going to be an opening for your return that we might actually do maybe later, but, or something.
Or it's like, hey, Kyle, we want you to be on for these 8 episodes, whatever. And there is possibility for you to return. We're not going to kill off your character, but we don't know what the future is, because at the end of the day, is DC Studios even going to be a thing in a couple of years if it doesn't work out? So, and that was mentioned on my show on Wednesday. Like, it was said, they can't really promise a lot of people their jobs for the future if they don't know where they're going to be at, like Peter and James, because their contracts, are 4-year deals, and that was a couple years ago. Yeah. So I'm assuming they're going to re-up, but if the first couple of projects don't land, they're not going to keep throwing money at this. They won't.
See, that's the thing. I mean, that's one of the things, like, when it came to, the Snyderverse, is like the fact that it's like Zach wasn't trying to build a huge universe. He wasn't trying to be the Kevin Feige of anything. He was just like, hey, this is the story I want to tell. Essentially what he always wanted to tell was like, all right, I'm going to start with Superman. I'm going to end with Superman. I'm telling the Superman story arc of, hey, here's Superman. Hey, he died. Hey, rebirth. And then, hey, we're going to get we're going to deconstruct the character. We're going to bring in the other characters too. And then we're going to, bring him to the light of the fact that he's like, and we're going to run him through the ringer no matter what. And then we're going to just, like, he's going to be that Superman that we all know and love. And then, of course, other directors will come in and do the thing. I'll set the fucking base. But at the same time, it's like, he wasn't like he was like thinking about a fucking 10-year plan or a whole, he just thought, I want to see Superman. I want to
tell my story.
Yeah. I want to tell my story about Superman coming here. And we're going to try to base it in reality as much as possible. How would the world react to Superman? Why? The why of all this. And then we're going to have them react to all the other characters. And they're going to be fantastical, but also grounded at the same time. I'm going to try to pull that off. And then, I'm going to tell my story. And after 5 fucking movies, I'm out. I'm going to set up everything where there could even be there's a flashpoint element that is happening behind the scenes that you could utilize to reboot the whole thing. And if they would have just left him to let him do that, we already would be in the reboot status at the same time where we're at right now, which is funny. But at the same time, I'm just like using that as a comparison of like, I'm just kind of going like, all right, is James Gunn taking that same approach of like, I have, the next decade. My contract is not a decade, but at the same time, I'm like, I'm trying to establish, here's this, here's that. I'm setting up all this stuff for what the story I want to tell. But but if you want to have what Marvel has, but at the same time, Marvel is like struggling, after the Infinity fucking War, like the Infinity Saga, after that was done, it was like, what do we do now? And that's the struggles that
they had a plan. I think everything fell apart with Disney Plus, the shows, and then the pandemic.
And also, they kept introducing so many characters.
Because that's what phase 1 did. In phase 2, they kept bringing new characters, but the problem was they were trying to balance TV shows, which they weren't properly handling because they didn't have showrunners. So they were kind of like
TV like that TV does.
Yeah, so what they should have done, obviously Disney was forcing them to do shows, but if they didn't have to do shows, I think it would have ran smoother. But the shows, I think, fucked it up because you could sit here all day and talk about the Marvel shows if we want to, but really at the end of the day, 90% of those shows didn't need to be a show. They stretched it out to be a show, and you can feel it, and it doesn't work. Because I will sit there and say, I heard Loki season 2 is amazing. Didn't finish it after episode 1. I stopped watching. I just didn't care.
That's the show that I think needed to be part of this. Because that does so much with the multiverse stuff. That I think that was the show that needed to be there. But Captain and Falcon and Winter Soldier.
It could have been a movie.
Yeah, it could have just been a quick movie. It didn't need to be a series. WandaVision, I would say, for the most part. I mean, just the way that the whole thing went about.
That sitcom aspect,
but the Loki thing I was going to mention, it's season 1 that I felt like it just felt it. There were some moments, but season 1 of Loki that could have been a movie.
Yeah,
like
I get that, but season 2 really dives into
that's
that.
where they stepped it up. But it's like the starting point, man. They really were struggling. It's like, guys, and then now it's like it's all divisive. Whenever Marvel puts out a new TV show, it's always divisive. Like right
Secret
now,
Invasion.
Well, again, we're still in the age of we're coming out of the Chapek era. We're still until we get through Wonder Man, where that's the last.
Oh
thing
that's still a thing.
That's still a thing. It's filmed and everything. But the problem that they had with it is, they wanted to try something different. But one can say that Marvel Studios didn't know what they had until they got through what became known as Phase 1 and said, okay, we have ideas, but we're not thinking. So once they saw how Phase 1 was doing, okay, now we're going to make a long-term plan. They had too many different plans going on at post-Endgame that, you do have to introduce new characters, but they didn't have the balance necessarily. And connect, like you said, the problems with not doing a show properly with showrunners and show bibles and necessarily, but not understanding, like, if the multiverse saga was supposed to be the multiverse saga, they kind of squandered that kind of beginnings, and not staying connected. Not everything has to be connected, but there was not much connected in the first phase after Endgame.
No. Yeah. Phase 4 was a lot of introducing characters with little to no payoff whatsoever.
Not using them again.
And I did like the idea that they were trying to do is just like, how do you deal with, basically it was like loss and PTSD. I did appreciate what they tried to do. I mean, I applaud them for making an attempt to do something different that they hadn't seen. Guess what? Didn't work as well as it did. They had some successes, a lot of, I don't know about that.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Hey, we got William showing up right now.
What's up?
Hey.
Just here for.
Hey, William, you excited for the new Bane movie?
No. I some people
that William gonna come in saying like yes.
No, I could, like I said, I was never excited for the character in general. It's one of those characters I call lazy, godlike type characters to bring out something in your hero that you already have thousands of characters to do that with. I thought Bane was trash from the beginning when I was selling Bane off of my shelf. So I don't need another Bane movie. I don't even think you can get you got Tom Hardy's one of the best actors of our generation. And I barely stood awake during his performance of it. So, no, I passed.
I feel like you could have gotten any actor to do that role of Bane.
It's a mindless role.
Not
role. That's
way
why I
that
don't want to see Dave Bautista playing. I'm like, that's an
the
insult
way
to
that
Dave
they portrayed Bane in Nolan's thing is like I don't think it would have taken like anybody, but I think Tom Hardy made it his own, and it was not the Bane of of course the comic books. So it was just
Which would have been a disaster.
Where he's like, Bob.
If he'd have portrayed that Bane in the comic, that would have been a disaster. So I'm glad he salvaged that at least. But like I said, that's why when I hear people say Dave Bautista, I'm like, that's an insult to Dave Bautista.
Oh, it's not going to happen.
It's so lazy. It's such a lazy.
Well,
you're
he
just saying the big bulk Duke, it's a guy.
He tried to get the role.
Yeah.
He tried to get the role, but that was like, when he was younger. Now he's 55, 56. He's like, he's trying to trim up now. He's not trying to be as big. So, yeah, the whole Dave Bautista Bane thing is out the window now.
Thank God.
Of course. But, but it's just, again, it just goes back to like, if you're going to do something like this, how do you approach the character? You're going to have a balance of prosthetics and VFX to make them look all huge. Like, what do you do? I mean, like the Bane in the Arkham fucking video games is fun, fine, great.
5, yeah,
it's crazy, And in the animated series, same thing. It's like, all right, cool, it's fun, it's whatever. This is what he is. So, but it's like, how do you do that in live action? Nolan took it to a different level.
The one from the Harley Quinn show, that's the one we're going to
get. Yeah, which is kind of like a parody to the Tom Hardy one. Mm-hmm. Just the way it talks. But it's like,
Born in the darkness.
I am your father, Luke.
Oh, what was the big deal about the announcement of this, though? Because I hadn't been on the computer too much all day. The way it was announced, was there something different about this? That
not really.
Okay.
See, that's the thing. It's like one of those things. This is one of those things that got announced, and everybody kind of goes, "Huh," and then it's like, "Okay, is this actually going to be a thing?" This could just be something like. It could lead into something else where it's like a Secret Six, or it could be something where it's like Amanda Waller or a Suicide Squad kind of thing, where it's like, okay, we're gonna have these guys that are gonna be involved in the DCU. It's not gonna be like a team up, which that's what I see on Twitter is like Bane and Deathstroke team up film. And it's like that just doesn't sound like something that people are gonna be like, oh. No. Like again, I go back to what Phil's idea was, just like they go out, they're hitmen after a certain mark that is a metahuman, and which is not going to be an easy task, and they can fight for that, and then maybe the story leads to both the Teen Titans movie that might be a thing in the DCU, and then we know that the Batman Brave and Bold movie is going to be a thing. Maybe it could tie into that a little bit too. I don't know, but it's who knows,
Well, that's far enough down the line to where it's like it'll solve itself. To be honest with you, hopefully by just doing a Deathstroke as a villain, because that would be enough for me.
Yeah,
because really, I don't need Bane anymore. I don't need Venom anymore. I'm done.
What is it with you and characters played by Tom Hardy?
I'm lazy bullshit characters that writers create. They create these writers like, wow, wait a minute. I can't see any more of the 50 or 60 years of Rogue's villains that can do the exact same thing that I'm creating this godlike character to show the weakness in my hero. I've never picked up a fucking comic before, so I don't know if those characters exist. Let me create one. And no more of that shit. I want to see people utilize the characters or that can do those things. I don't need you to create somebody that can kill Superman. He's got a couple of villains in his rogues gallery that could have always done it. So, but I need to make a headline though. See, I got to get the speculator buyer in that's going to come and flood the market and then go away in 6 months. That's all that is. It's news stories. It's going to get a headline. Death of Superman was a headline grabber. That was a headline grabber. It's one of those two things.
It worked though.
It worked, but what it did is it saturated and it helped. It didn't by itself. It wasn't the sole practitioner of it, but it was one of the 5 or 6 things from 1992 to maybe 1995 that fucked the industry. So, congrats.
So it fucked the industry, but it was a grabber.
No, because what it did is it drove up speculation. It drove up print runs that people couldn't sell. And what happens, especially in the 90s when that happens, is once you do that and you bring in a bunch of people who are not going to circulate within the industry, they're not buying and trading like normal collectors, then it really hurts the industry. It just really, like I said, and that's why you had in the mid 90s for both DC and Marvel more so than anybody. But
really
yeah.
more Marvel, really.
Yeah, because you had, like the clone, Maximum Clone, you had a bunch of storylines that saturated the market, and it just really, it's like having a log jam, but except nobody's buying the logs. It just sits there. So that's why, like I said, you want to bring me in a Superman 75? I hope I see you far enough away to close my door, because that's, those things like that, they really jammed up the market. And that's what led to a lot of stuff happening in the 90s. Marvel damn near went bankrupt in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Well, DC, that's why they sold off all the movie rights.
Yeah. DC would have been in the same position were they not backed by Warner Brothers, which was at the time not a completely fucked up company. This is pre-AOL Time Warner merger, which started the landslide of where we are today with them. But if DC hadn't been backed by them, DC would have been in the same spot because they were all doing the same thing. And then you had a lot of indie type comics that came in that jumped their print runs up and ended up leaving a lot of people with a lot of dead merchandise. Valiant did it. Chaos Comics did it. The Chromium cover went from something like really cool and special to literally every issue of X-O Man of War, I think, was a Chromium cover. So that drove down the value. That drove down the traffic. So yeah, those type of stories, they were bringing in people that were not like us. They were bringing in, I need to get on the news. I got to kill Aunt May. Aunt May, let's kill Aunt May. Just stuff like that really, bought it. It would have been different if they were bringing in people that were going to bolster the industry at that time. They weren't. They weren't. It was just, like I said, that the reasoning of these stories are not really to strengthen the characters, in my opinion. They're like a firecracker, a flare. Shoot them up in the air and see who comes. So that's why what I have against characters like that. You created characters that literally already existed in the decades that these characters already existed in. So,
but at the same time, doesn't it? The fresh characters can help at times, I guess, because the way I look at it is like doing the recap of like Batman the Animated Series. There are some characters that Harley Quinn comes out of that. So every now and again you do get a little winner out of there where it's like, hey, you have the Batman the Animated Series. It's like, oh yeah, well we have the Rogues Gallery, we could do all that, but we need something else, and they create Harley Quinn, and then Harley Quinn is literally going to be in a movie that's coming out next.
But she didn't become the Batman what Bane was. You know what I mean? She wasn't. What they were trying to do with these characters was to show you that the impossible could happen. Harley Quinn wasn't that type of character. With Bane, the Batman was. With Doomsday, Batman, that was. So a support character, I'm okay. And you're right. Every now and then it does work, but those weren't the times. And the math shows it. People look back on these characters now with revisionist history and think everything was roses when these characters came out. Like I said, Marvel doesn't have Spider-Man because of this kind of stuff that they did with these type of stories. Everybody wanted Venom, right? So they printed 500,000 copies of Venom that didn't sell. Look at some of the prices of certain issues during those runs. Other than like 368 and 298, 290. There's certain ones in the run that do pretty well, but there's a lot of junk in there, and it became a lot of dead weight. So yeah, I got a issue with characters like that, especially if it's not a brand new hero. Superman's not new. Superman's got plenty of people that you can write it. You just need to write a story, and and same thing with Batman. You think Ra's al Ghul couldn't pose that type of threat? Yeah. So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. There's always so many different things, and like I said, it's like you pick or choose. And this whole thing when it comes to Bane and Deathstroke, who knows the details? We need to know more details. Again, when I look at over on Twitter and I look at the Explore sidebar, it just says Bane and Deathstroke team up film, and that just, to me, I'm like, I never would have thought I would have seen that headline ever when as long as I've existed. I'm like, that just and I even think like James Gunn's going, what the fuck are they saying about this? This is
Okay,
not
so
what
it
we're
wasn't
doing."
even. Is this official? Is this from like a credible?
Well, it was on a trade. It was on Deadline and
never
THR
mind.
and stuff like that. So, but at the same time, it's not like they get everything right. You got to
No.
realize that they don't get
We
everything.
did a whole
right.
show of the trades fucking things up. I mean, we
Yeah.
literally did a whole hour of all their logos going into a trash can.
See, that's the thing. It's like it could be the studio going, "Hey, we're thinking about this. Maybe we should test the waters, put it out there, and see what the reaction is, and whatever the fuck." I mean, it very well. Again, I do like the idea that it could be very well a versus thing where they go after a similar mark that's like a meta-human that might be difficult, but at the same time, I'm going like, how do you approach Bane, who is like a human character that fucking, hits a button and all of a sudden he gets pumped up with instant steroids and he turns into like this big, huge brooding character. It's like, okay, you're going to have to take some liberties on prosthetics and CGI. So I don't know. Like, I just go the approach of that. That's why, like, when Nolan took the approach of it, he did it way different. It's like, yeah, we're going to have a big dude, but at the same time, his whole aspect is his mask where he can't breathe without this fucking Darth Vader type of, and he's going to have an interesting voice. There's nothing that has to do with him taking venom that gets him bigger than he actually is. He's just a threat. I mean, I think one of the best scenes is like when that one dude, I think it's Mendelssohn's character that goes like, "Hey, fuck this. Like, what are you doing?" Like, and then he puts his hand like on his neck or like his trap. And like he's like, I guess right up, and he goes, "You think you're a dollar?" And he just says that, and it's like it's so scary, like the way that when he like approaches them, and then Bane just does that, and then he starts giving that speech, like and then you see the look on his face. You're like, "Oh yeah, he's fucking dead." Like you fucked with the wrong guy. You were like got pissed off about. It was that he added to the character that made him scary. So it's like, how do you do that in the fantastical comic booky and live action? It's like, it's going to be difficult if you're going to try to do the actual thing that makes him scary, which is the venom stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like the setting for that has to be, I feel like if you're maybe it's something like, again, this is all just theoretical bullshit. But what if it's set in Santa Prisca? Like, what if Deathstroke winds up in Santa Prisca somehow, right? Like, that's to me could be another scenario where
the Supermax, just no Green Lantern,
right?
Green Arrow.
Thank you. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking of. Like, what if it's like a spin on that whole Supermax story that David Goyer had for Green Arrow all those years ago, but instead of it being like Supermax, it's Santa Prisca, and Deathstroke finds himself there, and he's like, "Oh fuck, here we go." And I know who's head honcho here, and that kind of could be a thing. I don't know, like. The whole prospect of just having these two on screen together is just, it's fascinating in that what was the pitch, right? Like that is the question. Like what compelled someone to be like, "Yo, I've got an idea for Deathstroke and Bane in the same movie." But, time will tell if this thing actually moves forward with any kind of development on it whatsoever. They just have a writer attached to it at the moment. We'll see what happens.
When James Gunn didn't know about it, or what, or did he just tweet?
Okay, so literally, the news of this dropped within minutes of it. James Gunn shared something regarding losing a friend to alcoholism. So I doubt, I doubt he was going to even confirm or deny anything in the last 12 hours.
We're not going to get anything from James Gunn.
Not at all. No.
Yeah, that makes sense. So.
Yeah, I mean,
and I pissed some people off.
Did you?
I responded to
you too.
No, I responded.
You made a lot of friends this week, Dave.
I responded to somebody who responded to James's tweet.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, they basically went along the lines of karma because you got rid of Zack Snyder and you fired Henry Cavill.
That pissed me off so fucking much.
Yeah, he got rid of Zack Snyder even though Zack Snyder walked away fucking 6 years ago. Yeah, brilliant thought process there, Chief. Holy shit!
First of all, this is life and death in comic books. They're not the same thing,
right? Exactly.
And I really wish people would understand that because there's it's not that level.
Yeah, when it comes to and I even stuff that I've mentioned earlier today and earlier this week is like, yeah, sometimes people take this stuff a little too seriously.
They take it like a religion. Like
they become
fanatics.
Okay, the religion part,
yeah,
that's fine.
Yeah.
It's what you do with that religion. It's a religion for me. There's all of this.
Yeah,
stuff.
it's a religion for all of us. Even
I'm not beating the
yeah,
hell out of
yeah.
anybody over this. I'm not. This is not. I'm not going to. There's no veins coming out of my head. Hey,
Yeah.
if the shit comes out and I don't like it, I got other shit that I can watch. It's
Exactly.
remote
There
control.
you go.
This remote control.
That's called being healthy.
Right here.
Stop making sense.
Being a logical
Stop
human
making
being.
sense.
Right
yeah,
here.
making sense.
They don't
is-
understand sense. They don't understand making any sense.
I'm going to copyright this because I know people are going to copy me and they're going to try to use things like this. But if you don't like it, you aim it, and I've designed it to where if you push any one of these arrows, it changes the channel. Whatever's making you mad on the screen, it goes away. I'm not going to get into. It's just not fun when it gets to this level.
God,
and when it comes to James Gunn, like I said last week, if you have an issue with any of this, it's not the guy who said yes to a job no one wanted. It's
Right.
the guy you have a problem with the guy who offered him and disorganized the way he made his pitch. He had two people doing one thing, and he had James Gunn doing another thing, and he didn't consolidate things. James Gunn said yes. That's all James Gunn did. And if he said yes, you're going to have him inherit. His ass is going to be on the line. His legacy is going to be on the line. You want him to inherit someone else's stuff when that kind of weight's on it? I couldn't expect that. That's not realistic. But your aim, but they don't realize their aim. If you're going to hate anybody, your aim is at Zaslav. Zaslav initially fucked this up from the beginning.
Here's
It's like when people get pissed off at like, oh, he should never have taken the role of this character. It's like, dude, blame the fucking
it's a job.
casting director.
It's a job.
It's like, I've seen a lot of people shit on this one of the actors for Agatha, because like he's not Jewish or anything, and I'm like, blame the fucking casting director.
Why is that a big? Listen, I understand religion stuff. Like somebody was telling me when the thing was getting Catholic, he has to be Jewish, and I'm like, if you get a Jewish actor who's the best actor in the crowd, then yeah, hire him. But Sonny Corleone, was the guy who played him was Irish. He played a Sicilian. Was Al Pacino Cuban in Scarface? No. I don't think so.
No.
They're literally paid to be someone else. They don't. If you get a person of that faith,
actor.
why?
Exactly. And this guy was like a teen, and like, did you Marvel fans not learn? And didn't the Marvel fans like bully like America Chavez actress and Tony Stark's daughter's actress?
Probably.
They bullied Kelly Mary Tran. That's not. It's not.
Oh,
Marvel,
yeah,
but it's Star Wars. It's
that.
the same fucking
That too.
cesspool of people. So.
Yeah.
Using our fandom to unearth that some bullshit.
I mean, just the other day I was watching a stream. Someone was complaining about fucking Abdul Mateen being Wonder Man and Wonder Man not being one. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
Who the fuck cares about Wonder
That's
Man?
my show you're talking about.
Oh, was it? I forgot. Sorry,
Yeah,
Jordan.
no, you remember exactly. Come on, you just don't like that guy. But the point I was gonna make, we kind of got sidetracked in a second.
Yeah.
But the point is, and I get it. Hey, if you're a fan of something, you fight for it. But a lot of these fucking fanatics, they're fighting for a universe that was dying. It was dead. It wasn't making money. That's the problem. And people checked out. And Zaslav was not going to keep throwing money into this thing.
No.
That's why they hardly marketed. That's why after the Flash completely disastrously flopped, they did not market Blue Beetle. Obviously the strikes, but they didn't market hardly Aquaman.
The problem is
it didn't matter.
He fucked up from day one when he had these movies. He didn't stop spending money on marketing till he got to Blue Beetle. Too fucking late. You'd already put in over $1.2 billion into the marketing for movies that you had announced pretty much that were already dead. So that was on him. What he should have done is should have gotten so James Gunn, you're my guy. Abdi DeLuca, you're the maintaining people. Sit down on this big oak expensive table with some Chardonnay, whatever you guys need to do. I need you to wrap this up, and I need you to help him get this started. You are here to facilitate him taking off and staying in the air. Instead of just throwing movies out there with no resolution, out of order, and fucked up, that was 100% on him. And then when he was doing the interview process with James Gunn and all that, it sounds like the other two were going off on a different path that he set him on. So that was 100% on him. Him throwing money into it, then he shouldn't have thrown money into any of the four, but he did. They put a lot. I know I got tons of shit here still from when they marketed the stuff. So that's 100% his fuck up. But he's the guy though. So he has to take that and he'll be gone, anyway. But as far as everyone below him, I don't blame them. They went with the miscommunication and the disorganization that he brought to the company. Now he's got other stuff on his plate because the previous regime left a steaming pile of shit on the doorstep for him, but that doesn't absolve him of that cardinal sin, the beginning, the miscommunication that really cost them a lot of money that they didn't have to blow. They did not have that money to waste on those movies. And like I said, what possessed you to put all that money in movies that you pretty much announced that was the dead or not, and then you didn't do anything to wrap them up to give anybody who had been on that road with you, no transition or nothing. Just there you go. By the way, July 2025. We hope you're still on board with us. And this train that we parked on the side of the road, conductor got out and went somewhere else. We want you to sit on that train when we gave you nothing to really stay around for it. That's 100% Zaslav on that.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, it's funny because this talk about stuff like I just looked at Twitter right now and Boss Logic posted this right here. Any DC casting rumor? Twitter.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Right now, yeah.
That's funny.
I just thought that was funny because we were talking about Timothy Oliphant as Green
Lantern,
Catwoman,
totally
Jordan at one point.
Yeah, Catwoman.
And then we talked about Deathstroke, about him being Deathstroke. So it is kind of funny with that, but I know some people need to take off. Chris and Jordan, I know you guys are getting tired.
Bill,
so before we get to the next, we'll probably be wrapping this up pretty soon. But, guys, take off. We're going to talk a little bit. But thanks, Jordan. Hey, man, been a bit. Great to see you again. Of course. Always great to see you and talk to you. Promote whatever you got going on right now, man.
Council of Creators on my channel every Wednesday. And
what's that?
Council of Creators, my live show I do every Wednesday. Actually, I think I invited you, Sci-Fi Center, and no response back. So there's that.
No, I would have never intentionally. Send it to me again right now. I'll take it.
Well, yeah, so Council every Wednesday. Phil's on pretty much every week at this point. He's my dad.
Such a whore, Phil.
Yeah.
Hey, comes the territory.
But yeah, and then just whatever random videos that pop up and shit. Try to keep up as much as I can. I'm tired.
Right, man. Yeah, no, I get it. Get some sleep, dude.
Yeah,
Always
man. Thanks for having me on, man. Appreciate it.
All right. See ya. Chris.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, you can follow me on all the socials at Chris Balga. 2 shows on the Gig Ultimate Alliance Network. World's Finest True Believers. You can follow that at Finest Believers. And our weekly show, Marvel Alliance. You can follow that at Marvel A Podcast. Broke down the episode 3 of Agatha All Along and our breakdown of Thunderbolt Asterix this week.
Dark Avengers. Ooh, huh.
Dark Avengers, yeah.
Right at the end.
Sorry. Did I say that? Whoops.
As always, Dave. Thanks for always saying good seeing everyone. Y'all have a good weekend.
All right, take it easy. Yeah, that Thunderbolts trailer. Finally, how long did that take to come out? A month and a half?
That was the one we saw at Comic-Con, right, Chris?
Okay,
yeah,
so
you saw it at Comic. You guys saw it at Comic-Con.
Here's the thing.
I didn't want to watch the bootleg, and I didn't want to cover it. And then finally, it came out. Go ahead, Phil.
Like 80% of what we saw was at Comic-Con. The difference is the ending of the trailer, because the ending that we got in San Diego was Bucky in the car with everyone else, and they're all just kind of like listening to Alexi's bullshit. In the trailer that Marvel debuted, they had fucking Bucky chasing them and shooting at them.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Okay, so that was the difference. Okay, and I wish Jordan was still here because obviously he reacts to trailers. That's his whole, his thing. His channel is all about reacting. That's why it's Chainsaw Reacts. And you guys should subscribe. But I'm just saying, like he, and I even think like the Real Rejects and everybody who was trying to react to that trailer when it debuted, which was on Wednesday?
Monday.
Yeah, it was Monday. That's right. And they were like, oh yeah, the video's blocked. So when Jordan finally posted it, and this was probably about 2 hours before I went live, I hit him up and I was going like, all right, so they finally released your thing, because I was thinking about doing a live reaction tonight. That was my plan, because I was like, all right, I'm doing a stream tonight. I'll just live reaction this thing. It'll be one of the topics, obviously trying to just do the whole show. But then when I kept seeing that, I'm like, I don't know if I want to do that now. And he was like, he said he had to add text to it. And his theory, and I think a lot of people, other people were like, the reason why that, because Marvel Studios never give a shit about you reacting to a trailer.
Right.
They know it's free promotion for them. Unlike fucking other studios, Warner Brothers, Universal, they always do the copyright thing. They might not block your video, but they'll take your monetization, which is shitty.
They did.
Yeah. So when it came to this and the fact that I was seeing people getting their videos blocked, like he was like, oh yeah, I think the theory is like the fact that they still, because we don't know the logistics when it comes to these like the technology that recognizes stuff. So I think whatever they had set in place when it came to Comic-Con and the leak of the trailer, they were trying to block anything that had to do with Thunderbolts. So I think that maybe it could have been AI, it could have been something that was handling that. So when people were posting the actual release trailer, the whole system that was doing the whole content ID and blocking thing was still intact. So then I went, all right, so I'm not going to react to it. I'm just going to talk about it. And then talked about it. But, I think it was just kind of like a weird thing. So when it comes to the trailer, I actually enjoyed the trailer. I thought it started off a little stupid and cheesy, but I actually enjoyed the trailer. I thought the poster looked a little wonky, but hey, it's a poster. It's better than the floating heads. They're all just kind of grouped together, but it still looked wonky. Like Florence Pugh just looked like so photoshopped in there, and it was like, what the fuck?
There were even like the people thinking, oh, that they that Sentry had
like six fingers,
and I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, it was everything. I mean, it was a cool poster, and I knew what they were getting at, but it's just Florence Pugh, just like the lighting of her head looked not like the lighting of everybody else. Everything else kind of had a little more of a duller lighting. And I get it, she's got the bleach blonde hair, but at the same time, I'm like, nah, it just stood out as the only floating head, I guess you could say.
They didn't block. I thought they blocked. They didn't block it at all. They didn't even demonetize me, huh?
They didn't block me either. But then again, what time did you post yours, William?
For Thunderbolts?
Yeah.
Last night.
Okay, so you're good. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's like it took a little bit. It took a little bit, and I didn't want them to put the risk of like anything, so I just didn't fucking react. But I posted a clip, and that clip has not been touched. So I think they fixed the problem that was happening the day of
it released.
Yeah, because I think they still had whatever things that they had in place to block the leaked trailer from Comic-Con.
Yep.
They still had those in place because this trailer plays out mostly like that trailer. So it fucked everything up when it came to people trying to react to it and getting their videos blocked. So
yeah, because mine went up at like 4 or 5 o'clock Pacific time, and I was fine.
Yeah,
I didn't
you're
get
good.
hit with anything. Yeah. So
yeah, I think they just fixed it. They realized that something got fucked up. So it was just kind of an interesting thing. But overall,
ballerina and everything else I did on the other one.
Yeah, that's a good segue to what I want to. We finally got the ballerina trailer.
Yeah.
And
looks like
they showed way too much. Way too much. I'm still all aboard this movie, but they showed way too much.
You think so?
They showed John Wick.
I still haven't seen it yet.
I
knew that though.
That's connected to John Wick.
You knew. Come on. Yeah, he's gonna be.
Of course, but I was hoping they wouldn't. That's the thing. It was one of those things where I'm like, just save it for the movie. But of course, they can't sell. If you're gonna literally call the movie from the world of John Wick, ballerina, yes, you're gonna have to show John Wick. But I was hoping they wouldn't, and I was hoping it was gonna be more of it like a tease, where it was going to be like, a minute long, and they were just going to show some cool action sequences, and then that's about it. That's all I needed. I'm just going from my perspective. I get it that they have to show fucking Keanu Reeves. They have to show that it's a representation of the John Wick, and we don't even know where it fits. Does it fit between 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 3 and 4? I would say probably 2 or 3 and 4. When did they introduce the ballerinas? Was that 2 or 3? That was 3, right?
3.
I think it was 3. So this has to take place between 3 and 4.
Huh.
Okay.
I'm guessing because I was trying because Angelica Houston is like, you know, obviously she's in the movie. You see in the trailer, so I'm like, I think that was 3. Yeah, that was 3. I don't know. It's so funny how like I love these movies, but I get confused on like when they were introducing things. But John Wick 3 is when they introduced the ballerinas. So yeah, this takes place between 3 and 4, and I'm happy because I was one of those, like when Ana de Armas was in the last James Bond movie, I was like, oh, she kicks ass. I like her character. Can we just have more of her while you figure out Bond? But then I was like, oh, wait, she's part of Ballerina. Cool. But then they, of course, postponed Ballerina. But now we get this trailer. I'm like, all right, now we're getting a badass, you know, Ana de Armas doing some cooler shit than she'd probably be doing in a James Bond spinoff for sure.
Yeah, I still haven't seen the trailer. I gotta watch it.
You haven't seen the trailer?
I was hanging out with my girlfriend yesterday. I had no time to watch that. I didn't watch Sinners. I didn't watch that or Sinners, so I still haven't seen the trailer for that.
Too, but dude.
Yeah. So I've been told.
Have to catch up on your trailers. Both of those trailers look really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will. Atomic Blonde is what it reminded me of. Which
that sounds about right.
Waiting for a sequel.
It's not as well, I guess it kind of is. It's not you're not gonna get like yeah. I don't know. There's like a cool.
Not in a good way, by the way.
No, it is a good way. I mean, that's the thing. It's like when we always talk about nowadays, it's like we need more female leads. It's like, all right, well, create them. That's not just fucking gender bend, you know, existing characters. And this is what this is. And I think I even saw somebody in the chat that was like, oh, it's a female John Wick. I'm like, well, it's not like they're changing John Wick. They're just spinning off. They already established that there is a certain kind of section of this assassin world that has to do with ballerinas that they established in John Wick. So they're spinning it off into something that could very well be a new trilogy or a new group of movies.
Right.
Which I think is great. And that's what they should do. That's why they should not do a female James Bond or whatever. Like create a different kind of, and that's what I thought they kind of were trying to do when it came to even Ana de Armas in the last James Bond movie. It's like, hey, you can have like you have these other characters that are badasses too. And if they want to be female and they're female, that's fine. Let them do it. And the John Wick franchise is 100% doing it, and just make it badass, make it over the top as it is, and you have John Wick in it. I mean, obviously shown in the trailer. Fuck it, I'm looking forward to this. I cannot wait. When I saw fucking Ana de Armas beating the punching bag, I was like, I did not think I was gonna get all hot and bothered watching Ana de Armas punching.
The fire hose scene was cool. The fire hose.
Yeah, it was a cool scene. Yeah, I know. We got a dude. Oh man, you know, could we watch? You know, we can watch the trailer right now if you want.
Okay. Yeah, you're just gonna get demonetized.
I haven't seen it.
I don't think it's gonna get demonetized.
It did. It demonetized me. Yeah, it demonetized me. Yeah.
Maybe I want that.
I'm gonna get it. We're promoting that movie. I'm gonna.
Did you fight it? Did you fight the demonetization?
Not yet. I don't have to. All I have to do is get with the people who are going to be our intermediates, and they'll.
You know what? We're gonna watch it since Phil hasn't seen it. Let's fucking watch it, man, because it's a good trailer. Ready, Phil?
Yep.
Yarp.
I'm excited.
No, yeah, let's watch it. Fuck it.
Let's
go.
Got
an ad. We got an ad. Hold on. Let the ad play. No, let's watch the trailer because, you know, it's funny because somebody posted something too. It was like, you know, showing Ana de Armas beating a punching bag. And I was like, yeah, I didn't know I was going to get excited by Ana de Armas' back muscles.
I wish I was punching bag.
Because she got pretty ripped for this. And I'm like, good. You know, I like, you know, a female protagonist getting pretty, you know, getting a little ripped for this. You know, I like it. I'm not going to say it's not sexy. Female muscles are, you know, real female tonnage is good. I like it. Anyway, so here it is. Ready, Phil?
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Oh, should probably turn that back on.
Do you like your dogs? I know it's cool with you.
Hey, there he is.
Hey, Ian McShane.
I could take you there if you'd like.
See? So the connectivity to the universe right here.
To stop the assassin, must become the assassin.
There he is. Already they
You will
showed
always
John
be
Wick.
weaker. You
There
will
she is,
always be
kicking that
small.
fucking heavy bag.
You want to win? Improvise. Adapt. Cheat.
Cheat.
Fuck.
Because you should. You,
Welcome to the Continental.
there
Oh
he is.
man.
Rest in peace, man.
Oh, the Vascaroma. What a pleasure to see you again.
Of course, they bring in the
This music didn't help. This music didn't help with copyright either.
No idea what
Right.
you just
I know.
walked
They
into.
always say, hey,
Oh.
there's what's his name?
Look at that.
Daryl.
Daryl. Oh, there's that gung fu.
Yeah, I know it's Elton John.
They killed my father.
Yep. Oh fuck yeah.
This isn't done until they're dead.
This is cool. That was cool.
That was really cool.
Humbling thing.
Yeah, that's right here.
Yeah.
And she's like, let me just get a fire hose and be like, fuck you.
That's creative as fuck.
That's a great
Yeah.
visual.
Yeah.
You're him. The one they call the Baba Yaga.
Yep.
How do I start doing what you do?
Looks like you already have.
It's a good
When was
trailer.
this filmed?
Okay. That
Yeah.
was
How you feeling, Phil?
that was an
It was awesome,
experience.
right?
That was
Fucking awesome
That was
right
fucking
there.
awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, yeah, they showed a lot, but at the same time, we already knew that John Wick is going to be in it, and they have to connect the universe. Like, I get it. Like, I'm just going from my perspective of like, I wish they didn't show that much, but at the same time, I get why they did. And then at the same time, that trailer hit all the right beats for me.
I mean, the title's a little bit of a mouthful, but
Yeah, from the
you know.
world of John Wick. Yeah,
right. Like
Even though
they
we're going to call it the ballerina. So it's
yeah.
the marketing of it, I like the color scheme and how different it's it's in the same world, but the fact that they chose like a different color for the font, because I think for the John Wick films, it's usually like blue or purple. For like the 3 and 4 was purple. The first two I think were like red and blue, and this one it's like more of like a tealish, almost green hue of the font, and I'm like, oh, okay, this is very distinguishable. Like, yes, this is in the same world, but this is going on a completely different character. I like that towards the end of it, she was all like, how do I do what you do? And Keanu's like, looks like you already have. It's like, oh, okay, so he doesn't really even have to, like, if anything, he's probably just going to posit some like little nugget of wisdom. To me, it almost feels like, that bit in the Hawkeye series where Kate Bishop's like, you save so many people with just a fucking bow and arrow. Like, how do you do it? And Hawkeye's like, oh, there's really not much to it. You just have to sharpen your focus. And she's just like, what the fuck do you mean sharpen your focus? Whereas here it's like she's already just, her focus is already like at that point where she's just like, I want to do what you do, and I want to be better at what I do. And John Wick is just like, oh no, you're fine. You just keep doing what you're doing, and it's gonna be awesome. I could see her carrying the franchise forward for like another 2 movies.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for, and that's what I was like thinking when I saw her in that James Bond movie. I'm like, Ana de Armas is like young, hot actress. Make her kick some ass, and stuff like that. And when I saw that, but then I was like, when I heard that she was going to be the lead in this ballerina, I was like, all right, well, there you go. They answered my prayers, because she's not going to be part of the James Bond stuff. So, but she's going to be part of this. Cool. Perfectly fine with me, because, and I get it. It's like, okay, yeah, when people go like, oh, woman, taking on men. I don't care. Suspend disbelief, guys. I just think she's hot, and this is something for us. Come on. She's
It's
hot,
like,
kicking ass. Come on.
It's like, wait a minute. You guys can believe Ellen Ripley sending 2 giant
That's the
aliens into
thing.
space,
but we can't buy that Ana de Armas can fucking whoop
I've always
ass like
hated that
Keanu
argument
Reeves.
of like that. It was like, you know, it's like when you got like a female lead and then they kick it's like, yeah, I get it. There's that whole thing, sure, in real life, but this is not real life, guys.
No.
Let it be. And what is wrong with seeing like a hot woman, you know, kicking ass? I mean, that's what I loved about Atomic Blonde. I mean, we got fucking Charlize Theron kicking ass, doing some crazy shit. And I'm like,
dial it back another 10 years. You have Carrie-Anne Moss whooping ass in all 3 Matrix movies.
yes.
Like,
goddamn.
What are we complaining about here?
Yeah, I know. There's always going to be those complainers, but at the same time, I'm like, stop it. Don't do that, because this is what has made cinema so great. And this is what's made female-led characters so great. It's like you got to suspend that disbelief for everything and everything like that. And I don't think this is going to get that treatment where people are going to like push back on this. I think the fact of the matter is like they're not trying to reinvent something. They're just like, oh, yeah, they already established the ballerina section of like this world, so I think, you know, it's totally gonna work. You know, they're not trying to like, this is not the whole argument of like they should make James Bond a female. No, they should not. And I love that, you know, even Jenna Ortega came out and said, no, just create a new character. You know, we don't need to do the race bend, or, and she didn't say this, but we don't need to do the race bend or
gender swap.
Right. To create the characters. I mean, for fuck's sake, like even in the John Wick world, when it comes to what's his name, can't remember his name though. Who's the
Donnie Yen?
Yeah, no. Well, Donnie Yen was cool, but who's the guy who checks everybody in at the Continental?
Oh, that is
who passed away last year.
Lance
Reddick. But at the same time, in the third one, he was a badass. Like we ended up finding out that he knew how to shoot a gun. And he was a fucking badass. It's like they do a fucking spinoff on him. You know, we don't need to do like, you know, it doesn't need to be focused fully on John Wick and everything. So
also, when was that movie filmed? Like,
this has been filmed. They've been filming this for a little bit, and they did reshoots apparently. So that's what had us. It was supposed to come out this year, just like Mickey 17. I remember when I did my anticipated list for 2024, Ballerina and Mickey 17 were on the list, and they both got bumped to next year. And I'm like, damn it, because I just like the fact, because I love the John Wick, you know, world that they established. And I thought, oh, Ana de Armas is going to be handling the ballerina stuff. 100% buy it. And then, of course, Mickey 17. We didn't really talk too much about this on here, but Mickey 17 just looks fucking phenomenal, you know. So
it looks like
the tone threw me off. I did not think it was going to be like a comedic tone.
It looks like Multiplicity meets Blade Runner to some
extent.
Thank
you, Multiplicity. Fuck yeah,
because you've got Robert Pattinson playing. You know, if they're on number 18, you'd have to imagine there's 1 through 17 versions of that character. His voice in that movie is a complete far cry from the likes of, you know, Edward Cullen, Bruce Wayne, like, you know, fucking the devil all the time preacher that he plays. Like, this is again. I did, yes.
Can we watch the trailer on here?
I don't know. That's Warner Brothers, so that's
probably not then.
Yeah, it's probably not a good idea, because I still need to watch the trailer for Sinners too, because
Warner Brothers definitely will fucking do the copyright thing when they suck at that shit.
Thanks, Zaslav.
Yeah, I know, right? I don't get it
before him.
They've been doing it for a bit. I don't know why.
It would get me they would tell me to play the trailer, and then I would get a copyright or taken down, and I'd have to say, you told me to do the trailer,
right?
For Godzilla vs. Kong, they did that for Godzilla vs. Kong, right? The one back in 2021.
Yeah.
They said play the trailer, and they kept emailing. Did you play it yet? I'm like, okay, I played it, dude. They took me. It was on my YouTube, or not YouTube page. I was on YouTube. It was on my Facebook page. And I got Facebook. Facebook hit me. And then Instagram hit me. I mean, they both hit me, and I'm like, they told me to do this. And then even after I got on YouTube, because we play the trailers on our show, and we play the trailers that they send us. And then finally, they started sending us. There's something with a link or something that they can send me to where when I play that trailer, nobody messes with me. like for Smile, or I don't think it's Smile. One of the ones that they're doing that's coming up next week for Joker. I had to play the trailer for. I was playing. There's a specific trailer that they were wanting me to play for that one that we didn't get in trouble for. So
Interesting.
So weird.
yeah,
So
it is weird because it's like a landmine. You don't know where to step. You know?
Right.
Yeah,
right.
pretty much. But William, I know you got to take off because
I just stopped in for a second because I got to get back to rehearsal. But I will see you when I see you guys.
Yeah, man. Thanks for showing up. Subscribe, do all that.
Yeah.
You know,
Stop making so many friends over the internet. Never mind. Talk to you later, man. Oh, and if I don't see you before next week, happy birthday.
Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
This will be the last
Your
live
birthday
stream
is
before you.
Yeah,
Then,
it's Tuesday. It's Tuesday. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
See you later.
I appreciate that, man.
Bye, man.
Toodles.
Yeah. I know. Making friends on the internet. Yeah, I mean, of course, you guys probably caught the beginning of this a little bit. I mean, Axel, you probably didn't, but yeah.
Yeah, what was it?
Well, it's just the whole thing of like a stream that was dedicated to talking shit about me.
I think I saw a post you made about.
You saw the clip, which everybody did. Which
I didn't see I didn't see a clip. I just saw like a thumbnail of it.
Oh yeah, I posted that, and then there was a response to that. That's all. It's just. Yeah, it's just certain people who just, I don't know. And then, of course, talking about a story back to the Rebel Moon premiere back in December. That was a very odd thing. Two different perspectives. I gave my perspective, and I was just like, oh, okay, this is what you thought. This is what we thought.
So what happened exactly? Or
it's just the leader, one of the leaders of that Sell the Snyderverse, to Netflix, he went off about a thing where like Steven and I showed up into the bathroom of the Chinese theater before the Rebel Moon thing, and he thought we were going to get violent, and sounded like he was hoping that we were going to get violent. That's where this is all led to.
Kind of like you want to get nuts. Come on.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if you watched Mission Impossible Fallout beforehand.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you know who I'm talking about probably too.
Yeah. I want to say an insult, but
I'm gonna guess it's some tall fool who occasionally puts on a Superman costume.
Yeah, that's
no. I've been on a hero's journey.
A black Superman PJs. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
That
I figured as much.
Yeah. And I didn't realize that he wanted to really confront us, but then didn't want to confront. I don't know. It's a very interesting thing because anytime that I went to these events and I know he was there, I just was like, no, not going to interact because I know that guy doesn't like me. I'm going to interact with people who do. And I thought that this was what all that was about. It wasn't about internet squabbles, and it's like we're going to have like a physical altercation when it comes to all this. I don't know. It's just, it was a very interesting thing. And this is all just reacting to my tweet about the whole animated Snyderverse thing.
I got so much shit. Like,
yeah, that's right. Yeah, actually, you did a stream talking about.
Oh no, we haven't done a stream yet. Like, because we're waiting for a time to do that, and I'm kind of nervous about that because I'm just like, holy shit.
I mean, I remember at Full Circle, like I don't know if it was you and me, Dave, or if it was someone else. It was someone else in our circle. Like our inner circle that we were hanging out with that weekend. Like me and someone else went to the restroom. It was either after BVS or after Man of Steel. And we see, that dude and, two other goons, and fucking they walked by us and said, "Excuse us, gentlemen." And it's just like, dude, just mind your own fucking business. Like, we're all here to enjoy the same thing. Why you gotta
it's not supposed to be.
These guys are adults, right?
Yeah, it's like, look,
okay,
we're all here for the same reason. Like, there's no need to be like that.
No, there isn't. That's why it's like anytime that I've gone to this, and and it's like, they didn't approach me, I didn't approach them. I thought there was like there was like an agreement, and that's what's so funny about this whole thing. It was like, all right, so you're just waiting for me to approach you. You didn't approach me too. Because I think deep down you realize, and this is what I hope, and I'm going to actually be like, hey, this is what I hope. you don't want an altercation to happen too, especially, you know, in live act when we're in reality, and we're not going to do like a physical thing where we're going to start throwing punches. I'm like, you didn't say anything. We didn't say anything. And I hate that I say we, because Steven has not been involved in any of this. This is like me. This is 100% mainly me that's just kind of going like, hey, you know, I've talked shit about this. Steven is barely. So when Steven got brought into this, it was kind of like a whole strange thing. But
That's weird.
whatever. But at the same time, it's just like, you know, so you haven't done your live stream about the whole thing, huh?
No, not yet. And Dave, I got something pulled up. This is you and those guys at the
Pretty
premiere.
much. When we're at like
It's what it was just reminding me of. I was like,
yeah.
but,
Well, you know, obviously I'm what's his name, right? Because I'm not the one dressed up in a superhero costume. Yeah. But I know it's just like, but it's like one of those things where it's just, you know, I mean, I started off on this, I had to comment on it, and I'm, you know, I don't want to comment on it like too much. And I'm sure this is probably, who knows, they're probably, I don't know if they're going to actually, you know, take this stream and then talk about it more, but who cares? At the same time, I'm like, the only thing I could say is like, guys, it's not that serious. It's hashtags, it's cape shit, it's movie stuff. It's never going to reach to a point where we need to have, you know, a street fight or a bathroom fight about it kind of thing. Because like when I saw the clip, I was like, what the fuck? Like, no, there's no anything with that. You do your thing. If you know, your whole thing is like to want to, you know, hopefully get the Snyderverse sold to Netflix. All right, cool. Do your campaigns, do your hashtags, do whatever. You know, there are going to be people out there going to say that it's dumb. I've said it. People have said it. You have to take that in. Yeah, we've all, you know, some of us, you know, have said it. You know, you're going to have to take that in. But I'm not going to go on like a whole hate campaign and just dedicate streams and videos to it. It was just like, you know, when it came to the reaction, I just was talking about the stuff. And when I saw that video clip, I went, oh my God. But it didn't put the person in, you know, it didn't put him into like a good light, you know? And I'm just like, you already had problems with your inner circle because you've ousted people who were part of your inner circle and you had conflicts with them. Now you're trying to start a conflict with me and Steven, who Steven is not even a part of this that much anymore. And it's like, all right, well, don't even fucking send any of your conflict to him. Send it to me because I do talk about this shit. But at the same time, I'm not trying to go to any of this and be like, hey, let's fucking have a shouting match, and then maybe it'll lead to fucking like what, swinging haymakers at each other.
Ridiculous.
That's not what this was about. We're supposed to be adults here.
Yeah.
You know?
Well,
like,
I mean,
about this.
It's like it shouldn't even come to this. This is so childish. Like, what? This is over fictional characters. I mean, look, I'm not going to name names, but I've spoken to people close to close to Zack Snyder and like about this specific kind of situation of like the, you know, what are the logistics and possibilities of like, you know, a sell the campaign. And someone was like, oh, that's nice, but it's fruitless. It is a useless. It's useless. Like there's no way that Warner Brothers and DC are going to license out any form of the DC IP to Netflix just so he can finish his story. That's just unrealistic.
This is why I trust people. I listen to people who are actually close with Zach instead of these fucking so-called scoopers.
Oh yeah. I mean, like there is a inner circle of fans that talk to Zach. And when they have my back and they are not talking about selling the Snyderverse and something like that, it should be like a whole thing. I mean, but again, if you want to just promote those hashtags, by all means, do it. Hopefully you're making campaigns and you're raising money for AFSP. That is all good. That is all good. And then, of course, I even said, like, if you want to, like, you know, deem yourself a bigger Zack Snyder fan than me, by all means, go for it, okay? Because you guys tweet about him every day. I do not. Okay,
Yeah.
I look at him as he's one of my favorite directors, and when there's something to promote and there's something to talk about, I talk about it.
Like
But at
I
the same
see
time, I'm
comments.
not going to obsess over, a certain thing, And I've always said, like, when it comes to the Snyder Cut getting released, that was like, okay, anything else is a bonus. Yes. At first, I was like, oh, there could be more. Maybe there's more. And then after a little bit, there isn't more. And now we're 3.5 years after the Snyder Cut, and there hasn't been anything now. And it's like, all right, guys, I don't know what you're doing, but hey, if you want to keep on doing it, perfectly fine. Do whatever. But you have to be open to the fact that there's going to be people that are going to be criticizing that. And it does not need to lead to physical altercations. That's never going to be a fucking thing. Over cape shit in movies, never going to be a thing. Never going to be a thing. And I think...
I see. Oh, yeah, sorry, go on.
What's up?
I see comments saying, "Oh, you're just a gun shill or a WB."
Oh yeah, yeah. But I'm not even a gun shill. I'll give him shit too, where I go like, "Oh, you shouldn't have met." I'm not like backing up everything James Gunn says, and I'm not even like 100% faithful in what he's doing. That's what's so funny about that.
Yeah.
It's like I always try to remain as partial as possible. I just like to talk about this shit, and as much as I love everything that Zach did, it's like, yeah, but I'm just like going, well, what's Zach doing next? Is it the UFC movie? Is it going to be Rebel Moon 3? Is it going to be Planet of the Dead? It's up in the air. It's not going to be Justice League 2, but the fact there's nothing wrong with wanting to see the end of the story, even if it's in animation. That's what's so...
And like
about this
when people say, I feel like when people think animation, they're thinking, oh, just the plain old 2D stuff. When I think what I think they could do is, have any of you guys seen Love, Death, and Robots?
Yes, we could do something.
They could literally do that. I've literally thought some of the episodes were live action, but no, it turns out they're not.
Yeah, because the technology is there and it's cheaper than it used to be.
But no, that's not good enough because it's got to be live action or nothing.
Yeah, I know. Well, when I saw that battle cry, that's what that's what got me going. Like, what the fuck? I saw a lot of that, and I'm like, really? You guys are just thinking that? Hey, what's up, Andy? Andy showed up late.
Hi, how are we tonight?
We're just talking about my week of weird shit.
How was your week?
Dealing with rabid fans that don't like what I had to say about a certain thing.
Rabid fans? Could those be fans who are just crying their eyes out every fucking day because they don't get their 2 fucking little team-up movies that they've been craving for the last 1,600 years? Good lord, touch some grass.
Damn, Andy coming in guns blazing.
I can show you how blazing I get.
No, but I was just talking about, how there was like a whole stream dedicated to me. There was 2 hours of grown men talking about me, which I was like,
a stream about you? How about how Dilfy you are?
Yeah, that's what it was.
That's hot.
Crazy, right? Yeah. but it's like, it's like, again, it's like one of those things where it's like, guys, do whatever the fuck you want, and if you think that you have a noble cause, by all means, go for it. But at the same time, you're gonna realize that there's gonna be people that are not gonna be for it, and you have to fucking take that in. And there's not gonna be any kind of violent altercation in real life about movies and cape shit, because that's not what this shit is about.
I must have missed something.
Oh, you did, kind of, maybe.
Goodness gracious me.
Oh yeah, because there's somebody that was thinking that a violent altercation was going to happen in real life when they crossed paths with me.
Oh, you can violate me any day.
Ah, there it is.
Hello, Axel. It's been a hot.
Hey, Andy, it's been a while.
What are we building over there?
A Lego
Teenage Mutant Ninja.
Sonic.
Sonic.
Stuff.
Just kidding.
Ooh.
Yeah.
How fancy.
No, it's really. I'm in a huge Sonic phase at the moment, and I'm so fucking hyped for Sonic 3.
Let's
Looks
fucking go.
The whole fucking franchise looks good, but
It
no,
is.
that's just what we're kind of talking about. I mean,
Oh, I'm sorry, babe.
I mean, yeah, it's just one of those things. But what's going on with you, Andy?
I don't know. I'm a little fucked right now, so
Are you
I
drunk?
tried to not so much drunk, you know. We don't want to talk about it on air. But I saw you guys were live, and I'm like, this hoe didn't invite me. What the fuck? And I saw, wait, he did invite me.
I did,
And
yeah. Jesus Christ.
yes, you did. Sweetie, I was getting to the punchline of the story. Okay, goodness, goodness gracious me. So, and I saw you guys were just like talking about like, I don't know, it sounds like drama, and I'm like, damn, straight boys are so basic.
That's what it is. No, it's all good. It's just like one of the things that I just commented on at the beginning, and it was very strange. But yeah, it was just one of those things where like, yeah, these guys I think they've lost a little touch on reality.
A little.
And a little, I know. I'm being nice. I'm
The
being
smaller, that's the thing. The smaller their dicks are getting, the bigger their insanity is getting over this fucking little franchise. Guys, it's like it's other. Zach wants to do other shit. I'm assuming we're talking about Zack Snyder because that's what all of our lives and its identities are based on. Like we don't have personalities outside of this one filmmaker. Kidding, of course. But yeah, if anyone comes for Dave, go shut the fuck up and uninstall yourself.
It's all right. I can handle myself. It's not like one of those things. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not like
There's a hit after you.
I'm not like I think my life's threatened or anything like that. It's a very
Listen, when
thing.
you're as jacked as you are, like who the fuck would go up against you?
Thank you. There, I know. I'm not a tall person, and I know this guy.
It's okay. Height is not everything.
Not, but you know. But I'm a lover, not a fighter. What can I say?
Okay, okay, Keanu Reeves.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, see, it's the thing. It's like, and then especially when it comes to over stupid internet squabble stuff, I'm not gonna fucking get into an actual physical violent confrontation in a bathroom, which was weird. So fucking strange. Anyways, yeah, you have to go back and see the beginning.
Wow, this is. Hi, Lip. How are you?
Dealing with allergies.
He's feeling good tonight.
He does not. Lip, you're never excited to see me anymore.
The fuck are you talking about?
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I knew at some point it would end.
Oh God! Shut up! Shut up!
Why don't you make me shut up?
I'm sure you'd love that.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not excited to see you anymore. That's why I've got like a box full of shit for you here, right?
I mean, I wish you would just box. Yeah. I just wish you would box yourself over to me, and we could just
what the fuck?
Have
Damn,
fun.
Andy, he's coming in guns blazing.
Not sure how my girl would feel about that, but
no, listen to future Mrs. Lip. I'm so happy for you both. Hey, there's a bunch of shit happened this week. Like we got a bunch of lanterns and some team up.
Well, we already talked about a lot of this, Andy. You're joining.
Yeah. So. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It happens. It happens. It's fine. It's fine.
I was never perfect. I know that.
No one's perfect.
No one's perfect, Andy. Don't worry. It's fine. But yeah, we already kind of like went through a lot of stuff. We're actually I hate to say it, Andy, but we're gonna be like wrapping this up right now.
It is all good.
Okay, just making sure. But I know you got some cool shit that's coming up, Andy. I'm not gonna say what it is.
Don't talk about my bathroom visits. Don't talk about my bathroom visits like that.
Yeah, I know. We talked about my bathroom visits earlier.
I don't know what the fuck happened.
You have to watch the beginning when I talk about it.
Okay, on a scale from 1 to 10, like how stupid is this?
It's really stupid.
Really fucking.
It really is because it's stupid internet squabbles that was trying to be turned into a live action.
That's the Keanu Sonic.
That's a Shadow, yeah.
Yep, Shadow the Hedgehog. Fuck yeah.
Oh, cool.
That's kind of fucking hot though, that he's gonna be like a Sonic character.
Keanu Reeves. Is
Yeah,
on.
even and he was referenced in like the first movie, like Keanu Reeves was.
Prophecy fulfilled.
Yep.
And you know,
And when
Keanu
we got
doing that.
Supersonic here.
So that's where he turns gold. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. That's cool.
Super. Well, I'm sorry that you've been dealing with the Snyder crazies. You know,
it hasn't been. I mean, like it was okay. So when I tweeted out the whole thing about the Snyderverse concluding and animated again, not the first time.
You tell me
but the fact of the matter is like when it came to that side, they were like live action or nothing at all. That's what kind of drew me to do a more response. So I was like, oh, so now it's like live action or nothing at all. So I'm kind of wondering. So if Zach were to come about and be like, hey, we couldn't pull off the live action, but we're going to do an animation.
And you know what's funny is that
and I'm just hold on, let me finish. It's just like the fact that, like it's just like okay, so you wouldn't support Zach if he actually were to come about and say that. I mean, it's a big what if. I get that. It's not like it's actually going to happen, but I'm just saying if that were to happen,
realistic outcome,
you would 100%. You would 100% just go, nope. You cross your arms and be like, no, Zach, I'm sorry, but it's live action or nothing. No, you're bullshit. Maybe there's like there's going to be a percentage that would say that, but for the most part, everybody would be like, well, it's something. And even like when it came to that tweet, yes, I got a bunch of pushback from responses, but for the most part, it wasn't like a ratio thing because a lot of people liked it and retweeted it and was like, okay. And then, of course, it led to this whole thing where now this beef between me and this one dude who, did a whole stream and everything like that has been, because he told this story of our crossing paths back in December at the Rebel Moon premiere, which was absolutely ridiculous the way that he told it, because it was like there was no kind of violent intent of anything. And apparently he thought that.
This happened in a bathroom?
Yeah, in a bathroom. Apparently, yeah.
That's a little cray-cray to me, but damn. I'm sorry, babe.
It's all right. It's what happens. What were we gonna say, Axel? Sorry, I didn't.
Yes,
I mean, you did bring it up. Like when I've gotten people in my mentions saying, "Oh, I'm not going to support it, even if it's animation." Even if Zach says, "Oh yeah, I'd like to do animation," and people are always, I'm so fucking sick of that. I'm sorry, I gotta go. I'm so fucking sick of that one quote Rorschach says, "No compromise." Shut the fuck up. You're not meant to.
Do they not know how expensive these movies are? Like, all these actors back who are now probably, a lot of them are more expensive now.
Well, when it comes to the no compromise thing, it's like, yeah, that's a good thing. I get it. But at the same time, when you're
that's Cold Baby right there.
And he already did compromise.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like when you're in the movie business, you have to compromise a little bit.
Yeah,
it's all about not compromising so much where your dream or your creativity is being so fucking. And I think that, and that's what's so funny about like that whole thing is like the fact that it's like, I mean, Zach had a compromise in the fact of the ending of Zack Snyder's Justice League not being Green Lantern. He had to turn it into Martian Manhunter, which worked out, but it was a compromise because he couldn't do the Green Lantern thing. And then he even compromised recently with Rebel Moon. It was like, hey, if I can get my R-rated cuts, I'll give you the PG-13 cuts. That was a compromise, but it's all about the certain kind of compromise that you give. Like, obviously he doesn't want to compromise in his art, but at the same time, if he knows that if it helps his art, he's going to do some compromise, which is what he did with Rebel Moon, what he did with Zack Snyder's Justice League at the end, and I've gotten a lot of that too. It's all pretty crazy. It's like, guys,
I cannot take these fuckers seriously who say, "Oh, we're just not going to support it." That is such bullshit. I'm sorry.
Okay,
and you're not an actual Zack Snyder fan. That's
exactly. You're just a DC Snyder fan, and those
are gotta throw away this hat.
Yeah. I know, and then of course I get accused of being not a fan. I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh, you're just a clout chaser. Oh, you just have
you're just getting a paycheck for this bitch.
I'm like, all right. And then that's why I even said, like, when I talked about this at the beginning, I'm like, hey, if you guys want to, be deemed bigger Zack Snyder fans than I am, by all means, you guys are. I'm not tweeting about him. I'm not tweeting about him every day. He's one of my favorite directors. I will support him. And I will, push out his movies and do as much as I can. And he's always welcomed onto the Vodka stream. He's a friend. I consider him a friend. But you guys are, but I would say like it's more obsessive than it is.
That is what I see, like the cold.
Yeah,
of this fandom coming together. And it's like the weirdest pissing contest I have ever heard of. I love Zack Snyder this much. I'm like, okay, where were you for Rebel Moon? Where were you for Twilight of the Gods?
Yeah,
exactly.
Well, Twilight of the Gods that's going something.
But that's the thing. It's like
Army of the Dead.
Yeah, Army of the Dead too. It's like it's one of those things where it's just like, hey, I'm a fan of Zach. I will support him. I will talk about things when it comes to him, but I'm not going to like tweet about it 24/7 and try to get, if you guys want to do your hashtags and support the whole sell to Snyderverse to Netflix, by all means, do whatever. But
waste your lives. Waste your lives.
At the same time, you're gonna have people that go, "Hey, this is not smart," and you have to accept that.
They're making their entire fucking personality, which I think. There was a point in my life where I was like, you know what, I want to be exactly like Zack Snyder, but I'm like, no.
I want to be.
I'm a dude.
There was a point. There was a point where I watched one of their streams and they were talking about like how a Gears of War movie was for sure happening with Zach, and I was just like, do you guys really not grasp like how
was that actually a rumor?
It was a rumor, yeah.
It was a rumor, but like they were treating it like
based on anything, really.
Yeah,
wasn't it because Dave Bautista said something?
Yeah, I think it was something like that. Yeah.
Either way, they just treated it like it was a fact that it was happening, and I was just like, you guys really just take anything with a click and run with it, don't you? That's kind of pathetic.
Imagine that's pathetic.
But that's the thing. It's like, hey, we like Zack Snyder. All of us like Zack Snyder, but at the same time, it's like, don't obsess.
That's not all.
Don't let that be the basis.
Sure
of
Zach
who you are.
How would he?
You wouldn't. Do you think he would condone like a fucking scuffle in a fucking bathroom? Of course not. And I'm like, that's what was like so.
Well, I'm sorry that you had to go through all this week. I'm barely on Twitter, so I didn't.
It's whatever. It's not even anything that's like traumatizing me or something like that. I just had to address it. That's all. I was like, I can't just start off my the Vodka stream and not address it because these guys really hate me for certain things, and I'm like,
for fictional characters
and
hashtags. Lip, can you do the Ben Affleck thingy?
These are fictional characters. Fictional characters.
Fictional characters. That's what it is. I mean, that's the thing. It's like it's fictional characters, and that's the thing. And being a Zack Snyder fan, I'm like, what is next? I want to see you do a movie that's not heavily VFX. I want to see this UFC movie if this happens. All right. And then I want to see more Rebel Moon. I want to see more Planet. I want to see Planet of the Dead. Okay. And it's like, okay, so when
I
it
don't
comes
want
to
to
all
do
that,
a rom-com.
I mean, as much as like at one point, it's like, yeah, I would love to see the conclusion of his DC Snyder verse, sure. But at the same time, it's like live action. And I've even said it so many times. And this actually proves it right here. I've said so many times, like I started saying this after like probably almost a year after the Snyder Cut came out, because remind you, 3.5 years ago, the Snyder Cut came out. And as much as we love that, I'm still wearing a shirt for the Snyderverse and I'll always represent that. But at the same time, I kept on saying, the further away we get from the Snyder Cut being released, the crazier some of these people are going to get. And here we are. Here we fucking are. Yep. We're now all of a sudden, just me saying nothing new, because I've said this before about the whole animation conclusion. And then it led to this where like 4 grown men complained about me for 2 hours.
These were 4 people going, oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. There was like a bunch. Yeah. There's like 4 grown men. I don't know. There's like 4 grown men that talked about me and all this stuff like that. And then, of course, this story, this clip that got posted on Twitter, and this is the only reason why I was referencing this, is like, this person, which is, of course, the Skywalker dude who's leading all this, when we crossed paths in a bathroom, and he made it seem like this was like a scene from a movie, which it wasn't. And it was he thought like it was shit was going to get violent. And it was like, no, dude, we thought you were going to get violent. And we were like going, all right, hey, maybe we should back away from this, because I don't know. It's the whole, I mean, I don't know. Yep. I don't even want to go over it again because it's such a fucking stupidest thing. It's such a stupid thing. It's such a dumb thing, but it was just, but it's funny because one of the people in his circles clipped out this clip on Twitter and tried to do it as a gotcha, but it actually was a whole like, hey, you guys are crazy. Like a lot of people like went, what the fuck is this? And they got more backlash than they got support. And it was like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Because when this came about, and then I fucking blew it up and I went, whoa, what the fuck? He wanted us to get violent? What the hell? And then people were totally just pushing back against it to the point where like all of a sudden these guys went silent about it. And I'm like, yeah, you guys fucked up. This is not what it's about.
Now they don't want to push back.
Of course, they went silent because it was like, dude, you guys, this is not what it's about. We are all about just like coming together and promoting, especially when it comes to AFSP and all this stuff. I mean, it's we don't have to support each other's hashtags, even if you don't support what I'm doing. You don't have to support what I'm doing. I don't have to support what you're doing. But at the same time, it doesn't have to be like
they say they support AFSP and like AFSP and
I do that too. I do that too. I ultimately
so they say they support that, but also they want to fucking fight you in a bathroom.
I'm like,
they are fake.
It's not that serious. That's the thing.
It's not that deep.
It's really not that deep at all. It's not that deep at all.
You know what's deep though?
And thank you, Ty, for the $10 super chat. At most, we get a Dark Knight Returns with Batfleck or something similar, or for sure the Ayer cut. Yeah. At least right now, they aren't going to cancel gun stuff before. Yeah. So there you go. Ty, thank you for the,
What a reasonable comment. Like, thank you for that super chat.
Yeah. But at the same time, it's just like, it's not supposed to be like this. And, it's whatever. Hopefully, I mean, I didn't think I had to look over my shoulder when it came to going to these events. But I mean, I don't know.
You went to the bathroom at a
I mean, when I saw this clip, Andy, I went like, oh my god, like what
is it? Is it that deep?
I mean, yeah. Well, he thought that Steven and I were showing up into this bathroom.
Wait, Steven is
like jumping. Oh yeah, Steven, who doesn't even talk about this. That's what's so fucking fucked up about this. It's like Steven is so disconnected from this. I'm still connected because I do this. I do my thing.
But also Steven was
brought into this. Again, this happened fucking in December of last year.
Yeah.
So
wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
you have to look at the beginning of this.
That is not demure at all. Not very mindful.
Yeah. But at the same time, I'm going like, all right. So anybody who's supporting the Cell, campaign, these are your leaders right here who are running this stream. I'm like this should not be what's part of it. Where these guys are like laughing, like, oh, these guys bitched out. No,
it's not healthy.
We want to fucking do this. We're not taking this seriously. It's not this serious where we're gonna have punches thrown in a fucking bathroom.
Violence is never okay, but especially over something like a filmmaker,
comic book movies,
or the lip, do the fingers again, please. Yeah. Fictional characters.
I just, yeah. The immaturity really just kind of baffles me because I mean, this same guy fucking stood up and stole a question from someone at Full Circle just to fucking ask about Netflix.
PJs,
Yeah, and it's just like, dude,
I've been on a hero's journey myself.
it's like you're a fucking grown ass man and you're acting like a fucking man child. Like, come on, dude. Like, what are you doing? Like you're
and he
starting
calls
shit-
himself Skywalker the Jedi. When was do you guys? I don't know. Like, is
Never
this
even
content-
heard of him.
Does this content have anything to do with Star Wars?
I mean, he, from what I remember, he even like tried to start shit with Nicotina and Zeverfett. Like,
He's
Yeah.
trying to
years ago.
start shit with his own
And-
inner circle, where he ousted people in his inner circle that I've seen. Where like people who started this whole campaign, and he ousted people who had a good following because they didn't follow the plan. And now I can understand that because apparently he wanted to get physically violent in a bathroom at a Rebel Moon premiere before the movie started. Like,
And in
fuck,
December,
what
And if that
not,
fight
not,
happened,
not
how
very
would
holiday
Zach
spirit there.
How would Zach react if that
dude,
fight
Jack would hate this. Are you kidding me? He wouldn't want any of this to happen. And this is the guy that he's like fucking fighting for. Like, this is not the way that fucking grown-ups about this shit is supposed to be. And, you know, but apparently we're the ones that are the grown-ups without balls. But I think this is one of the reasons why that there hasn't been a lot of talk on that side, because they realize I hope they realize this is a fuck up on your behalf.
This is not healthy at all, guys. There are
Yes.
far worse issues in the world.
And
right
I'm even
now.
like going like, guys, just acknowledge the fact that, yeah, this is not the way forward.
Yeah.
And do your campaign, put your hashtags. I don't care. I don't care. But there's going to be people that push back against it, and you can't react like this. This is
And
a
they're
ridiculous
also-
way to react.
And they're also using AFSP. Just, I feel like sometimes some of these fans are using that as a way to like.
It's not the way to react.
Yeah, not the right way.
to
I feel like
quote-
they're just using that as a shield. So for it's like, oh, you can't hate on us. Yeah, like.
It's like, no, you are the prime fucking example of why Snyder fans on the internet get fucking laughed at and mocked because you act like the
why they
goddamn
get
child.
called toxic. Why they get called toxic is this
Why they're
right
called
here.
a cult. It's
When
why
you
they're
have like a leader of a certain campaign for the Snyderverse saying that he was like down and he thought that, oh yeah, these two guys were gonna come in and jump me, and I'm like, I was ready and all stuff. This is the reason why the Snyder fandom gets called toxic.
Yeah.
To quote
100% reason. And I'm like, there was nothing. Steven and I wanted, it was a bladder thing. We wanted to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
We weren't going to fucking start any kind of fucking shit at all.
It wasn't that deep. The only thing that was deep was that they needed to piss. I want to quote
we had to go to the bathroom. That's
God forbid you, Dave, but I'm going to quote our future Hal Jordan by reminding everyone: clear eyes, full heart, can't lose.
There you go. There it is right there. But
Holy
anyway,
fuck, we're gonna have Kyle Chandler's Hal Jordan. That's gonna be fucking dope.
see, you're okay. So you're down for Kyle Chandler, right?
I'm sorry. Is there a single motherfucker on this panel that has been bitching about him tonight?
No, we're all good with Kyle.
Okay, yeah. Friday Night Lights.
We're good with Kyle.
Friday Night
Chandler.
Lights is one of the best television shows of all time, and it's because of him.
Yeah, the guy is very likable. So
And
I
Lip was right. No Josh Brolin, no Matthew McConaughey, and I'm so glad it did not happen.
Yes,
I'm,
I think
you know,
we're
so
all
I'm-
happy that those guys didn't get it, and we got somebody like Kyle Chandler who's very likable. Yeah. So it's gonna be good. I think that the Lantern series is gonna fucking.
I am so fucking lit for this show. Like I cannot wait for any set photos, any set videos next year when they start filming. Like I don't give a fuck. I'm excited. I'm ready for it. It's gonna be fun.
There it is. All right. We're going to go ahead and wrap up this stream right here. I think
we're live?
What?
We're live?
Shut up, Annie. I love you.
I love you too.
You're great. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and wrap this up because I'm on my last little sip of wine right here, and it's time to go to bed. This has been fun, of course. Thank you to Chris. Thank you to William. And is that all? Who all else showed up? Anybody
Jordan.
else? Jordan. There it is. Jordan. That's right. I knew somebody else. I know you missed Jordan, Andy. Jordan showed up, which was good.
Wait,
good
which one?
Jordan.
Chainsaw
Reacts.
Oh shit!
Yeah, he
Damn.
showed up for a bit. Yeah. So he showed up.
Damn! This
Yeah,
is a brand new year.
I know, right? So let's go around the horn and promote anything that you guys got going on. We'll start with Phil.
Yeah, don't hiccup.
Once again, thank you for the invite. It's always a blast. Sorry I was in and out. Allergies, sinus infection, whatever the fuck. I don't know what I'm dealing with. It's all bad, but catch me pretty much anywhere. Unfiltered, YouTube, Vero, Twitter, not Twitter. Wow, Threads.
What?
Threads. It's a motherfucker. Shut up. It is
not a day, lip.
Threads, Vero, Instagram, Blue Sky, YouTube, Unfiltered. You can catch my Friday Phil show every Friday. You can read my reviews and whatnot on Multiverse of Color. You can listen to my Eternal Night podcast that I just posted a solo review of the first episode for The Penguin just the other day. So, yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right, what you got, Axel?
You can find me at Droga52, and we just did a review of Beetlejuice. I quite enjoyed the movie, and we might have some new content coming up. Might have some new Sonic and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle stuff coming up soon, and where I rank all the voices and which I think is the best of each character. And yeah, pretty much. Thank you for having me on again, and pretty good.
All right, Andy.
What's up, sweetie?
What do you got to promote?
I don't have an OF, so I can't promote that. But you can find me everywhere on social media at my name handle. I can't really formulate things right now, but I'm on. If there's a social media page, I'm likely on it. You can find me at screenrant.com with news coverage, lots of interviews coming up. So check that out. I run Multiverse of Color, which is, the reason it exists is because of great people like Vanessa, Jordan, Lip, Breeze, everyone who bust their asses off day in and day out with great content there. And the fuck else do I do? Hold on, let me check my bio.
You stream on Twitch and Kick?
Yes, I do, and on YouTube because I do have a new gaming PC now, and it's so fucking good. Like, I've never been in love with technology this way. Like, I might actually start parading and fighting for technology people marriages because I love this computer. I can play anything now and stream at the same time. So I do go live, yes. And Show and Whisper is on a hiatus right now, but new episodes will be coming back later this fall. And spread love and peace in the world, guys. It's not that deep. There are bigger issues to worry about.
It's not that serious. That's right. All right, guys. Well, we appreciate you. I got the hiccups right now, so
yeah.
I'm like, ugh. Yep. See, there it is right there. I'm like, fucking hey, I hate it when that happens. So it's a good way to end it right here. But we love you guys. We love you, and thank you to everybody. Thank you to Phil. Thank you to Axel. Thank you to Andy. Thank you to Chris. Thank you to Jordan. And we love you guys.
Like and subscribe.
There you go. Talk to you guys later.
Later.